Wake up! Wake up! Wake up! Wake up! Wake up!
Stop with the drone! Shoot! Shoot! Vanis! Vanis! If I lose this world, Vanis!
wants 200, baby.
You ready to get back to the trading action?
You aim, you shoot, and make money.
It's going to be a great day. You guys know where you're at. What's going on, traders? It's good to be back with you guys right here on, of course, Trade the Pool. Who's ready to get after another week? Who's ready to make some money? I know I'm willing to bounce back after a tough week last week. It was a bounce back and forth, right? And really getting hit hard with some Micron and Tesla at the end of the week. But we are seeing a little bit of a bounce back this morning. We'll look to see how that bounce back can continue in the market. But right now, we are seeing that bounce back right now as we speak. We'll look to see what's going on out there. Tesla coming back up there to 385. The SPY getting a little bit of a bounce and then now a fade coming right back in. A lot of conversation in the oil conversation. So we'll see what happens there to see what's going on with that conversation. Let's keep up with all the action. We'll go to the playbook. We'll talk about what's going on in the markets right now as we speak. And let me know in the chat, what stock are you watching this morning? Anything on your radar? S-Dot was not on the tracker. We'll see what happens. Can we get that to make a move? We'll see any other name. Nigel out there in the chat. I see you out there. Jackie. What you looking at? Good morning to all you guys out there. We'll take a look at some of the stocks. We'll take a look at some plays this morning. Let's go to the playbook and take a look at some trading action this morning. All right, SPY's trickling back down. Let's talk a little bit about the trades that we could be looking at. I'm going to be looking for a pullback reload setup, and that's going to be in a stock that was my best trade of last week. We did it live right here, which was Gilead, and it was a really nice trade. It was a big breakout day from that kind of the 132 up there to the 136. It got up there to the 140s on Friday and then came crashing right back down. So looking for the reload here as Gilead started higher, pulled back. Now it's giving me the opportunity, right? We'll look to see if we can accumulate some shares on a further dip towards the 128 and 130 range, right? If we can get anywhere back and undercut this low, the 132s, this is where we'll really be looking for a nice little dip buy opportunity. Of course, this fell off fast going into the end of the market on Friday, so we'll look to see some quick down action out the gates to maybe potentially get a nice little dip buy in Gilead. All right, let's go to another play here. Let's go to a long on Chevron, of course. This will be all dependent on what happens with the oil conversation. A little bit of a back and forth conversation, maybe a potential ceasefire. We don't know really what's going on there. But the energy trend pullback level, right? Chevron did just kind of get a nice little breakout on the trend line. Now getting above that, we could get a little bit of a throwback look back towards the 185, giving us that look. But energy emerged, of course, as the runaway weekly leader as it was up 5.2% for the week. As crude oil, of course, goes higher on sticky Iran risk premium, and Chevron clearly broke its descending trend line and then a clean hold of that trend line as we push above. We'll look to see what happens here. Do we kind of see some pullback? I say, of course, don't be looking to chase the extension. Looking for pullback opportunities are, I think, the best way to play this. The high conviction move, of course, is to buy that first technical pullback after that trend line break for the throwback look and continuation to the upside. All right, let's go on a potential short squeeze type of stock. Let's go to Lulu. And Lulu's been really hit hard for about a couple of years now, about 2 years, right? And really, I need to see if this stock wants to make a bounce back, right? It's nothing that I think we need to jump really quickly into, but it is trying to show a little bit of some strength. It is trying to show some bottoming. It's all around this 116 level. And really what we want to see is a quick move to the upside. Let's say up there towards 127 and really starting to climb back. That's the weekly outlook. And you can see how the weekly outlook has been getting tighter and tighter. So it's really a break above 120s that gets this party started and then maybe can make a little bit of a comeback trade. Of course, this is a reclaimed squeeze setup, so we'll see what happens with this one. Of course, this one had massive downside action with the tariff situation, and ever since then hasn't been able to work its way back. It's definitely something that I'll look at, but for right now, you're seeing it kind of hold in there, right? Lulu. We'll see if it hangs in. All right, let's go ahead. We'll continue in the playbook. There's different plays to kind of take a look at, and we'll see if we take a trade this morning. Looking into the SPY, I was watching maybe potentially take a trade in the Qs. Of course, Qs are already back there to the 702s, so you needed to get this in the after hours in the 24-hour market. For some reason, we weren't trading last night, at least on our 24/5 trade, so I wasn't able to get a trade on this. We'll see what happens with that situation, but right now the Qs are a little bit higher for me, up there towards the 702, and a little bit already too much comeback, right? We were down there towards 694, so we could see some chop into the open, and that's where it gets tough. The overnight action pretty much finishing the trade already. We'll see what happens if we can get some continued push to the upside. Let's go to the Sunrise Report and talk more about the market action. Talk about what stocks are moving out there and what stocks you can be watching on the radar. Let's continue the party going into the sunrise. All right, the tape opens up on week 30th, of course, as the AI supplier versus rotation still owning the narrative. Friday shut down a 1.6% week for the S&P 500 and a down 2.9% week for the NASDAQ. SMH third weekly decline in 4 weeks, so we'll see what happens here. While, of course, cash-rich big tech held up better than the picks and shovel crowd. Futures are green into a light Monday docket, but the Wednesday, of course, brought a 9th straight U.S. strike on Iran. So we'll see what happens here. A third American service member killed. And now we'll see if there is some ceasefire or not, right? The Cosby that just tripped sell-side sidecars in both cash and future markets for the second consecutive session. The whole week is a runaway into Wednesday's AMC after market close, where you'll get, of course, Google and Tesla that finally deliver. They'll be going in here with our earnings. We'll see what happens if it's a buyer's tape verdict higher, or does it cause the collapse of course, the tech trade. All right, guys, looks like my sunrise there got a little mixed up here. I'm just trying to get through it. Yeah. All right, just give me 1 second here, guys. Looks like somebody kind of broke the sunrise report this morning, so I got to go and fix it here. Let me just pull it up here. 1 second, guys. Somebody. All right. I'll pull up the sunrise report straight from the report. All right, so let's talk a little bit more about the overnight action. Of course, Iran deepening the oil concern in the round trip out there, as of course the weekend brought the 9th consecutive night of U.S. Central Command strikes on Iran, followed by Iran retaliation and things like this, right? We need to see what happens with the oil. Oil this morning was getting a little bit of a spike down, but then getting a little bit of a bounce back, a little bit of a back and forth action. Right. So I think what we also will be watching to see what happens with the Micron and to see if there's any bounce back in the memory names. Of course, the AI supplier lane got taken to the woodshed to the close on Friday. We'll look to see if some of these names can start a bounce back. Another thing to note and just to highlight out there is that SpaceX finally broke through that IPO low, and every buyer is underwater, and this was what I was big concerned about in SpaceX. I felt like a lot of people were jumping in that, expecting to see huge returns, and instead are now holding the bag, as they say. A bunch of bag holders out there in SpaceX, and the problem that this creates is it starts to create what? Overhead supply. So that's something just to think about it. We'll see what happens. Apple, of course, briefly overtook NVIDIA as the world's most valuable company on Friday's session. We'll look to see if this can kind of come back into play. Does NVIDIA crawl back to the upside? Let's take a look here at the pre-market movers. We'll take a look at DPZ. DPZ did come in with the earnings this morning, and you guys can catch up with that action, but it's up 4.7% as the pizza operator here, Q2 adjusted EPS at $4.07 versus $4.19. This is a 12-cent miss, but revenues came in at $1.19 billion versus $1.18 billion consensus. That was up 4.3% year over year. CEO Russell Wellner highlighted order count growth across both delivery and carryout. The tape is rewarding the top line loyalty flywheel and is looking through the EPS. U.S. same store sales up 0.1%. International down 0.1% also. Global retail sales were up 3%. DPZ was down 24.5% year to date entering this print. The bar, of course, was in the basement, and they just brought it back with a pizza. So we'll be looking to see if Domino's can continue to deliver. Ryanair. So that's your ticker here. That's going to be your RYAAY. It trades kind of in the OTC. You're talking an airline stock. Did come in here with some earnings. Really wasn't bad earnings, but we'll continue going. Let's go to SPCX since we don't have the ticker. SPCX is up about 1.6%, up towards 126 here in the pre-market, extending Friday's 3.5% Starship abort sell-off by getting the rescheduled on the tape. The Raptor 3 ignition failure that scrubbed the earlier test has been reset for Thursday, July 24th, layered on top of its strategic pivot. Reports that SpaceX will rent out unused compute from the colossal AI data center complex to hyperscalers and defense buyers, opening a second revenue lane beyond launches. The stock traded at 225 within 3 sessions of its June 12th IPO. Has spent last week fighting, of course, to hold those IPO prices and finally just letting go. We'll see what happens with semiconductors. Can they get the bounce back this week? We'll be taking a look at these names like AMD, NVIDIA, right? AVGO, right? AMAT. Already getting the bounce back in these names. They're up there in the pre-market. We'll look to see if they can continue climbing back into the market open. Of course, we'll be just watching to see what happens with this. They're on trial, these semis. Can they hold on, right? That's going to be the watch towards the bell here. We'll be watching to see what happens. Today's calendar, you will get some earnings out there in the after hours. You'll get Steel Dynamics that will be coming in here. That'll be definitely a stock to kind of watch. But really, the earnings really kick off tomorrow, and then the big boys on Wednesday, right? That's going to be the major watch is Wednesday's earnings report, and we could see a little bit of a shakeup until we get that report. Of course, that's going to be driving the boat. We have Google, Tesla, and we'll talk more about it during the show. I'll actually be bringing a little bit of a preview out action here for you guys to kind of review. Hope everything's going well out there for you guys traders. Let me know in the chat what trades are you guys watching towards the open. We'll take a look at the action, and we'll keep the party going. Any trade that you're watching, throw it up. We'll take a look at some of those as we speak. Let's go to do a little bit of some ticker time. It's good to see you guys in the chat, Nigel. It's good to see you guys, Jesse in the chat. We're also seeing Jackie in the chat there and others. So, hey, say hello, guys. Crow, what's going on? And others traders out there. It's good to see you guys. All right, definitely have a good trading day. Snowman in the chat out there. It's good to see you guys coming in. All right, let's keep taking a look at the trading action. Let's go to Microns here and see. We've seen a little pullback already back there towards the 1880s. Got up there almost to the 900 spot. So not a bad trade if you're able to take this towards the close. And I'm going to be watching to see if we can get some early action here in tech, right? I think it already kind of got to the resistance. So now we need to see a pullback and then a continuation trade, right? So we need to get that pullback back down. I think we get back below 700 here out the gates. And then we'll look to see, can we hold a recovery of 700? If not, we could be back down to the 794s. There's nothing to say that we can't, right? I think it also will depend to see how the oil stocks react. Right now, they're already bouncing back as the XLE is back there to the 57.67, and we're seeing a little bit of some back and forth action in the oil markets. we'll be taking a look to see what happens there in the oil markets. But there's always a lot more out there, guys, to keep going out there. Let's keep partying out there. We'll see what else is coming on to the market here. Can we get a continued climb back through the 58? Will we start to see different kind of sectors kind of hold in? Of course, the XLK, the tech area kind of being your kind of disaster area, at least as of late. We'll look to see if it starts to come back. Healthcare, another area that we can look to see. Can the trade continue and come back? All right, we'll be taking a look around out there, guys. Let's keep the party going. We still got a lot more for you guys right here. Still got to be taking a look out there. I think Michael Noss would just be with us in just a second here. He'll be on around 9. We still got to take a look to see what other action is going on in the markets today. We'll be taking a look, man. A lot of back and forth action out there, and definitely keep up with the markets, guys. It's going to be a wild ride in the war situation as we get back and forth headlines. Will we get ceasefire? Will we not? I mean, I don't even know if the market cares anymore, but it does care, at least for this morning, as we saw XLE kind of make a little bit of a pullback, and now the SPY kind of trickling back down, right? We'll look to see if this can kind of climb right back up there. Got up to the 747, right? SPY was dropping fast on Friday. It was really all dependent on technology holding it up. If not, it would have gone a lot further down, as it was down there to the 744s and could have gone further. It was really more dependent that you saw technology kind of holding up the tape, right? If it didn't hold up the tape, we would have seen further and further downside. All right, let's keep taking a look around out there, guys. We'll keep smashing the like. We'll keep going through some more stocks out there. Let's catch some in the chat here. What are you guys making a mention out here? Spain did it. Yeah, congratulations. We'll take a moment. Congratulations to Spain on taking El Oro, the Gold Cup, of course. The World Cup there finishing, and Messi not being able to be the true GOAT and get the second World Cup. If he would have been able to get that, I think at that point, there's no telling that he is not the GOAT. But, hey, now there'll still be that competitive fire between him and Ronaldo. But Ronaldo still doesn't have a World Cup, so who knows? Messi, Ronaldo, I don't know how you guys feel about that, but we'll talk a little bit more about it during the show. But Spain definitely did hit the nice push. And you think SPCX bottomed out? Well, you guys know how I feel. I think this is going to double digits, maybe potentially into the 90s, the 70 handle, but definitely SPCX bottoming, and we'll see. Can it hold in today? We'll have to talk about it with some other traders. You guys know how I feel about it as the IPO goes lower and lower. All right, Argentina played a game, and yes, they did. They just couldn't handle the offense, and then the possession, right? They couldn't get possession at any point in the game. Definitely struggling out there. People paid $20,000 for a ticket. Yeah. If there's reasons to believe that there's a bull market, I think comments like this tell me, yeah, there's still a bull market out there somewhere. If someone's willing to pay, and thousands are willing to pay $20,000 for a seat, right? I mean, I didn't even think about going to the World Cup because I saw the prices and I was like, man, it's good, but it's not that good, right? We'll see what happens out there, traders. We'll talk a little bit more about the markets. We'll get to some trade ideas. We'll take a look at some sectors out there. I hope you guys enjoyed all the World Cup action with our competitions, with the predictions action. Let's go ahead. Let's really kick off the show. Let's bring on Michael Noss. Let's talk about the market and get out of the cave.
You all right there, bud?
The cave, Michael.
Oh, geez. Yeah, don't choke on me midstream here. Come on.
You see what happens is, man, I'm in the cave already, and I need some air. Technology needs some air. Are we gonna get some air this week, Michael?
Well, I just heard you talking about SpaceX, so I wanted to bring this up. This is a super interesting chart I saw on the weekend, just showing the short interest on the amount of float that exists out there. So all of these dots are, your normal suspects: NVIDIA, Alphabet, Apple, Microsoft. And because the float in SpaceX is so small, it's way out here. It's sitting like 28% short float. This is Bloomberg, according to Bloomberg data. So this isn't just, a bunch of random dudes out there saying that it's heavily shorted. That to me is super interesting. Now, this number could change one of two ways. This number could change by people covering their pretty dramatic SpaceX short. Full disclosure, I guess I bought some on Friday. I had there's video out on my channel. I did a whole thing on it. And so I'm kind of talking my book here, but yeah, everybody in the world is short SpaceX. And again, this resolves one of two ways. These SpaceX goes up and people have to cover this position, or the other way around is that as these kind of floats unlock, the ability to have more of the shares kind of out there on the market, as that unlocks, just the denominator changes, right? So right now it's the amount of shares that are shorted over the actual number of shares that are out there in the float. So as the float increases, as kind of lockup periods unroll for a period of time, that could happen. So just saying, if the price just stays down here and doesn't move, and over time these floats unlocked, this number will just kind of drift over to kind of be with the rest of them. But yeah, this is a huge short position. So any good news comes out of SpaceX, and I think for the person who's saying it's bottoming, that's interesting. But you got to remember, for a short float to matter, there has to be something that pushes the stock up, right? See AMC during the meme stock crisis. They had a huge short float, but then the company just sucked for a long period of time, and everything just went down. And that's just the nature of it. That's the way it goes. So again, you need to see the two things. You need to see the price go up, and then you need something that causes the price to go up, and that will cause people to cover the position, not just randomly high short float, therefore has to go up. Now over to the commitment of traders data. I'll move these, make these a little bit nicer, but I'm finding a way just to kind of copy it over from my other machine to this one easily. But this is the reports that I'm coming up with. So Claude just wakes up every weekend and pulls in and says, this is the names that are the always wrong guys are very, very short, or the always wrong guys are very long. And how I'm doing this, as opposed to just picking a random number and saying whether it's up or down, I'm just comparing it to the 3-year or the 1-year average and the 3-year average, and just doing a little bit of math with that, right? And you can see this one very much based off the 3-year side of things. We have a lot of currency related things. So 6B is British pound and 6E is euro. So we have some of those things as well. And then the NASDAQ, actually, a lot of people are starting to, it's the most short people have been in the NASDAQ at some time, even though the positioning is not huge. So that's the idea behind this. And then to the long side, everybody here is buying Bitcoin. Everyone's buying cotton, copper, and a lot of these different names. So if we just go in and we take a look at the data, I can show you what I mean. FinViz, no, not that one, FinViz. Usually have all this open. Someone asking if my computer came in yet? No, it should come in tomorrow. And I'm very interested for that. That thing's going to change my trading forever based off of a lot of things that I've learned with AI. AI is being the big kind of push here. Here we go. So if we take a look at just the short floats, really no change last week when it came to the positioning in the S&P 500, just nothing. You can see, right, this is last week and this is this week. So essentially no, I think it was a slight buy, but essentially no change. So everybody is still not, again, as soon as we got to this area, and I remember coming in when this is covered, and I said, okay, now I'm starting to get a little bit more cautious, and we just have gone sideways ever since then. So still nothing extreme in the positioning side of things for the S&P 500. But if we look at the NASDAQ, even though they're more short than they've been in a long time, they're still not very short. So this is one of those things that, yes, potentially a long setup could occur, but there wouldn't be that much to squeeze. They've just kind of ticked out of that position just ever so slightly. So nothing really to be said here. What's interesting, if you go to the Dow, they're actually really long the Dow, and that gets me a little bit worried. You can see how long everybody is on the Dow here. And if we go into take a look at energy was one thing I wanted to look at. So I'm taking a trade on natural gas. I just made a video about it. That's getting edited right now, and I'm going to upload it soon. But I've got a trade potentially on the go on nat gas. But first, we'll start about crude. Right, the crude selling by the speculators continues. They will never be short crude. I've said this a couple times, but just because the actual traders out there, that big traders are always long crude, the commercial hedgers, they'll never be short. So you have to kind of make sure you're understanding that. And so a very not long position can be construed as a short position because they can never get short, because again, the people who are hedgers are always short. So just know that this still means that they're pretty short. Natural gas is another one that's getting interesting, where they are now more short than they have ever been. And this is kind of the opposite, where the commercial hedgers are pretty much always long. But we had a new downtick in shorts there, and that had a nice little push there in that one. So there is some short going on. And the last thing I want to look at here is just Bitcoin. And this is the one thing that kind of concerns me about my Bitcoin longs, is how long the general public is, how many people are betting on this being somewhere near a low. I'm doing the same. So I never like that. Sorry for just have to write something quick to the wife. There we go. Yeah, so the fact that I am with everyone doesn't make me feel good. I like it better when I'm actively fading the entire world. So this is the one kind of concerning thing. And then other is the dollar. So we look here, and the dollar, everybody has been buying the dollar. And that's why if you look at this report again, all of these, everyone being short, because you're buying the dollar, you're essentially shorting the pound, you're shorting all of these different names. So we talk about this a couple times, where I don't think the absolute position of the dollar matters as much as the relative position of the dollar. So is the dollar moving dramatically in one way or another? Then if it is, then yes, you can potentially get some sort of trade from there. But that's just the way that I see it currently. I don't see too much in the way of data there. But now just into the market, right? Nice gap up here. Funny, we had this line. This was the support that I drew of the channel that we were in last week. We broke down and we came back up, and we started to test it on Friday, and we reversed. And now we hit this in the pre-market, and then we reversed off it again. And with that, there's sorry. Yeah, so we bumped our head there twice on that level, and we've just kind of held up in that zone. So it could be, I hope it's not, but it could be a prior resistance becoming support. I just want to note here, right? SpaceX, we're gapping up in a lot of these things. I saw like SK Hynix. Is that SKHY? That's up pretty big here. So we're getting a lot of moves of some of the most important names, the most important things that are out there. And that's good, I guess, but we just haven't gotten to the point where we have to get over this zone. And that's the main thing I'm looking at today, right? Resistance or support right here becomes resistance pretty quickly. And if that resistance just continues to be resistance, then, what do you do? All right. Let's keep going around the horn here. Let's take a look at the Qs. The Qs, same thing. It's a little bit of a here we go. In this zone right there. If we do that thick line, right, resistance, or sorry, support, and now acting as resistance. So we have a lot of this on the go. A lot of this going on where we have this prior resistance becoming support and it's just a lot of overhead headwinds that could potentially just exist in the market for some time. And that doesn't necessarily have to create bear markets. It doesn't have necessarily create bad things. It's just we could continue to chop. And if we go into the calendar, there's not a whole lot that's going to kick us out. We do have some earnings, which we'll talk about, but it's not a crazy amount of earnings. So, for example, here's today. We have nothing. We have a unemployment change number that barely affects anything on Tuesday. Again, none of these 3-star events. So something on Wednesday that maybe, but just nothing. Thursday, nothing. Friday, really nothing. Just over and over and over again, a whole lot of nothing. So really, we're just waiting for earnings at this point. And that all happens on Wednesday. Yes, we have AMC earnings today, which is okay. I actually saw some of the AMC apes celebrating now that it is up double off its lows, but still down 99 some odd % from its highs. And not too much that we care about on Tuesday. Then on Wednesday, we have Tesla, IBM, Google, some big names there on Wednesday. I thought IBM already reported and it got smoked. I thought was that not what smoked it? Yeah, it said it had earnings here. So some disagreement there. I don't think IBM's earnings is here. According to this, it already happened, and that's why it's down so much. Domino's, you were talking about, yeah. Bullish Pizza, I guess. DPZ. I don't have any of those earnings options trades on right now, but it looks like I should have done Domino's. Ooh, ripping. A nice looking trade there. So we're in wait and see mode, which is fine. You know, there's names like SDOT. And SDOT's added again. Up a bunch. Good for them. But nothing really crazy kind of standing out here. Yeah, I can't believe SDOT's. It looked like this was, okay, it's finally reached that peak, but it's done this twice where it's like, okay, it did the initial surge, and then it's like, okay, this thing's just going to go and be a crappy company again. And then ripping, and now back again. Oh, you're talking about Yum Brands. Because, yeah, Yum Brands is the whole lettuce thing, right? I think Yum Brands owns Taco Bell. Yeah, just an interesting trade. So yeah, this nat gas trade that I'm interested in, right? UNG has got a pretty clear base here, and that's going to be my game plan when it comes to how I'm going to trade this. Basically, simply put, everybody is short, like we mentioned, is the shortest we've been in some time, and great. So I'm just going to bet that those people might be wrong, and I'm going to look for, some sort of bullish action today. I'm going to punch in long. I'm going to put a stop at 990 and set a trailing stop on it. That's the kind of the summary of the trade. I guess we also have STLD earnings, Steel Dynamics. That's not going to be market moving, but that is interesting because of a commodities kind of thing, right? Is if you're commodities traders, something like Steel Dynamics is going to be a really, really big deal to you. I'm just looking here to see if there's any news on the go. Iran's Revolutionary Guard said they target all Shikar Air Base and Bin Salman port. Okay. I don't think that matters. Google plans new chip. That might be a little bit more market moving. So what's interesting, and this is just how markets, I think, generally just work, right? Is last time we had this big fear, we were way down here. And now that we have the same kind of war going on, we're hanging out right up here. But those are the two things that I'm really watching. I'm watching natural gas, and then I'm really watching SpaceX now that we know that 28% of the short float is short. If there is some amount, everybody in the world is betting against this thing. Sentiment, I went to sentiment on StockTwits, and sentiment is in the toilet. Could not get any worse. And you guys know me. I'm a cynical dude. So if everybody in the world hates the stock, I'm looking to buy some. Again, full disclosure, I bought some on Friday. So I have some. I think it's around 123. I would have to look it up to be sure, but around 123. And if we get that continuation, I'm going to continue to kind of pop with that. But so far, we've had a little bit of a pop in the market. And again, I do not like that we could not get through this prior resistance that we had. So I'm worried that we just bumping our head and another trend could reverse. What? Oh, what up, man?
What's going on, man? How we doing?
Oh, we're worried about the overhead supply on the market here. This prior support I want to get through. Make me feel better about both things.
I mean, it's just going to be all dependent on the mega cap, right? Like it's just a classic washout, right, into the earnings season. They're making everyone worry about stocks right before you usually get good earnings, and then all of a sudden, pow, right back up, right? So always think about undercuts and rallies, because that's exactly the look that we have on the Qs right now. So like a V-shaped bottom here, and then just working its way back, right? I am not one of those people that can get so bearish here, because the truth is that, yes, you undercut, but you can undercut and rally all the time. Patterns are, at this point in day and age, you're always looking for almost fake outs in one direction, and then all of a sudden big rebounds in another direction, right? Wow. So we were seeing that we broke down, but did we really break down this support? No, we broke down through the symmetrical look, but now it becomes more of a horizontal. So you remove this, and then you look in this area, and you can see where the bigger buyers can be looking at, right? Dip buying into below 700, looking down there and establishing bigger positions. While everybody else is scared, you can be coming in here thinking, all right, well, now things are looking a lot better. Now we have this bottoming outlook, right? So, hey, take it as how you guys want to make it, right? I think at this point, if you're bearish tech, you're doing it wrong this week.
This was the tweet I put out on the weekend, right? It's basically, did we see the greatest undercut or the greatest bear trap in semiconductors here? Because we gapped down and we were looking horrible in semiconductors, and they just kind of pounded it all day higher. And you guys know I love that. I love when everyone's wrong, right? And as we went through in the commitment of traders, there's not a big position one way or another, but they're still short. They did not cover the short. So I hope they have a bad time, unfortunately, because that means I've had a great time. That's what we just look to do. And it's really, it's one of those edges that I think can persist in the market solely because of career risk, right? And I think career risk is something that moves the market more than anything else, more than people give it credit for, and more than anything else. Is that you got to think, if you are a large institution right now and you've got over the next 2 weeks, everything that the market cares about is happening in the next 2 weeks with these big mega cap earnings. Are you going to put your career on the line by saying we're going to YOLO it right now? or are you just going to wait to make sure nothing's imploding, which I really think is all they care about? I don't think the earnings have to be like amazing, but they're like, okay, is everyone still spending money on AI? Good. Okay, now we can buy stuff again. It's just same with analysts, right? You never see an analyst like pull in a bold call before the earnings report. They always wait till after the earnings report. And I think it's just the same thing. It's career risk. So they're saying, well, if I stick my neck out here and say, yeah, we should really, it's a big deal and we should really make sure we're positioning our clients before the earnings report, and I'm wrong, and I've just told the clients that we've upgraded this stock, and a day later it's down like 30%. That's hard. That's hard to do and especially you got to remember when you're an analyst, you're probably in the beginning of your career. Are you finally graduate university, you got your dream gig at Goldman Sachs being an equity analyst, and you're gonna go, you know what, YOLO. I'm gonna downgrade Google right before their earnings or upgrade and just, with this binary event. So because the whole street pauses and takes a breath, I think it makes perfect sense that the market just pauses and takes a breath for the same reason. Right?
I think one thing that you need to be watching is our early week kind of weakness going into it, though, because you could still see a shakeup because you've already gotten the bounce. So watch out the gates to see quick downside, and then we'll see what happens as we get closer and closer to the earnings. This is what happened last time, right? We were coming down right into earnings, and we pushed right out of it. So, hey, I'd rather go with the pattern that has been working, which is buy the Qs if they're weak before the earnings season. So
yeah,
we'll see if this continues to win.
At some point, it won't, right? And
yep. But
you just you take your lick and you move on. It's better to do the thing 5 times and not have it work 1 time, right?
Yeah.
Than to not do it at all and just watch the market continue to rip. And I'm trying to find the chart here now. I'll bring it up when I can find it. The seasonality of the midterm elections, if it's going to hold true, this is like the bottom. This is the period of time in which that bottoms for the overall market. I thought I retweeted it here. No. You see TradingView was in like the top 20 visited websites like in the world. I thought that was pretty nuts. There was like this chart floating around of like all of the ones, and they're the ones you expect, like Gmail and YouTube and all that kind of stuff that are always, and they've always been, like YouTube's been the number 2 website for like 10 years. And then if you squint your eyes and you look down, it's like TradingView. Like, man, the world is just a bunch of degenerates now, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't understand it though, because there's a lot of charting services that are way better, but hey,
not free, right? TradingView is, if you're okay with ads, it's free, right?
I guess that's where they made their money, right? And also being just on a web browser, I guess it makes it more accessible,
right? You can't chart. I don't know. I don't think TC2000 can chart like Indian equities, and with TradingView you can look at everything in the world. Like you can do some South Asian country that's got like 5 stocks on its exchange. You can chart them out. So that's just going to increase that amount there to the world, right? There's more than just us US nerds out there, especially in India. Their stock market's really kind of popping up there.
All right, we'll see what's going on out there, guys. Chat, let us know. Is that your preferred place to use? Is it TradingView? What do you guys use out there for charting? Let us know in the chat. It's always good to know if you guys are using something else.
This chart right here on my screen. So this is what I've been talking about, the election seasonality throughout the year, and this is all. So the dark line is all midterm elections, and we are, you generally get this down move in July, and we got kind of a down move a little bit, so it's not nearly this bad. But the kind of patterns holding well, where you get that kind of stretch in April, May, and then you get some weakness in June, July, and then we are right in kind of the middle of July, and then you can see from August on, we end up popping. The real strength coming in that kind of October, November timeframe, where I think people are just more confident about the election. So they're like, okay, we know who's running the ship now, so we can more confidently kind of sit there and take our bets.
All right, let's see what happens here out the gates, guys. And it's gonna be a fun one. Let's see. I'm gonna take a bet here in AMD out the gates. See if AMD can rebound.
Yeah, I'm watching that SpaceX again. I have some. I bought a bunch on Friday, but I just did not know that it was so heavily shorted. So I don't know if I'll still be in it when they're talking now that that last gap down. I guess they had to reschedule a launch. I don't know why. If it was weather or whatever it is, they're planning on doing that Thursday. I don't know if I'll still be in it Thursday. This was a quick statistical kind of bet. Something that oversold and then gaps down. That was the onus for the trade, was that when you have a stock that's oversold on every metric and then it does like a 4 or 5% gap down, quite often that's not the time you want to be nailing to the short side. You want to maybe say, okay, if you were short, you're short into this move down and then you get the gap down, more likely to have a little bit of a buy. And that's just what the stats say. It was like 65 or 75% of the time this thing is up, but with that kind of inverse risk reward ratio. That's why you can have really high probability bets that aren't earth shattering, because you just know. So I don't know I know Tack's been trading this off and on. I don't know if he's still got a big position, but let me look. And just taking these shots, and they've been working. I did one, I think the day before or 2 days before in ANET, and that's been working. Oh, and we're open here. So this was up a little bit more. So the SPY I'm watching, again, this line is 747, and I just want to see us. I don't think we could have this is going to happen right away, because we don't really have anything to make it happen. I just want to see it just blow through that level and just destroy that level. And if we can get that right off the bat here, it looks like we might. I don't know. That's really showing strength in the market, because we beat our head against that level a couple times now, yesterday or Friday, and then the day before. We could have that happen. Oh, someone's showing out Koifin.
Q's hanging in there, at least out the gates. They're getting a little push there. Let's see what's leading the Q's.
Let's take a look here.
Amazon up, ALAB, Axon, TER, nice little push there. PanW going higher. Google, big boy push there. And then Tesla's on the watch too, but Google, of course, reports this week. Google's getting a nice little push there to 350s. Q's hanging in there. I'm trying to hang in there in my AMD trade. We'll see if I can get this to rebound back up.
Yeah, the SPY getting close to pre-market highs. Everything's looking interesting here.
LITE doing well. Fabrinet. AI scanners all green.
Yay,
Start
AI. Sky Q, halt up.
That's how you win in this market.
Sky, yeah, halting.
Oof. COHR doing really nice here. Nice breakout out the gates there. Q's now to 703s. So still holding in there really well.
Yeah, the SPY got through that, through yesterday's high, which I think was kind of the most important thing to say, hey, is this just a pullback and then we're ripping back through? So a little pullback to yesterday's high and then a push higher is kind of exactly what the doctors ordered. Now we just got to hold it. And we don't really have anything that can come from an economics report and screw us up. So I'm encouraged there. Someone's talking about Intel. Yeah, they're all kind of moving here together. If we take a look here at semiconductors, we're up 2.5%. And a huge, you can see this blue line. So support here, undercuts that support, and then rally. So anyone who kind of had a stop loss there or sold into it or shorted into it are immediately having a bit of a bad day. And I'm okay with that. So we're continuing to rally here. We're continuing to hold. This is what I wanted to see. I kind of doubted it just because of what we saw there in the pre-market where we hit the level in reverse, but let's keep an eye. It's important to note RSP is actually doing the opposite here. So RSP is moving down here off the open where the SPY is moving up. So the piston or the rotation or whatever you want to call it appears to be happening again, where you're getting this kind of push through one stock into another stock over and over and over again.
Tech, right behind utilities. Overall, you've seen the action there. Utilities, technology, industrials bouncing back as energy heads to the downside and defensive on the downside. So that industrial trade is definitely causing a little bit of a comeback also. Finally getting AMD to go back to break even for me. We'll see if that can continue to rock and roll with the Qs. The Qs just pushing now 704. So you should see names there you're pushing in tech, getting that nice little lift.
Sirens sound in Kuwait. I'm seeing here. So some Kuwait related news. This must be Iran war stuff.
Clean spark with a nice little breakout today above the 1350s, going up there to the 1430s. Good move there. Could be Bitcoin coming back into play.
CYBT halt.
Bitcoin looking good there. BitX, man. What do you think about this?
I'm very long crypto, but so is everyone else based off the commitment trader stuff. And that makes me feel less nice, but the chart looks good.
Yeah, the chart looks good. I'm going to take a small bet just off the low right now. I'll just take a really small bet. This is BitX, so the leverage can really take you far with BitX. I've seen it in the past. I'll take a shot there. If I get stopped out, it gives me the opportunity to get back in, right? Let's see if AMD can finally get going. Got back close to the break-even spot there for me. Looking for the push back above here, above the 520s here for AMD. Have a pretty substantial amount here of AMD. So let's see if we can get the drive back above. Let's go. Let's go, AMD. Come on, Sue. Lisa Sue.
CJMB took a short in this name from the hangover bot. Going to a 5-minute here. So you just did a crazy move yesterday. Went from 69 cents to $1.40 and then back down.
Can AMD get going? Let's go.
All right. So yeah, nice little move there. CJMB. It's not moving. It's just buy. I need to check this to buy out just because the thing hasn't moved. But huge gap up, and now it looks like it might be reversing down. So I got to just check the news on this one to see if it's. We're supposed to filter those out, but it's Claude. He gets things wrong sometimes.
All right. See if we can get a little bit more here, sell a little bit, and then just go break even. Looking for the ride on AMD. Looking for the ride. Can I take a ride?
Taking a look through here. SpaceX holding up just a bit. Nothing huge looking at. And I'm still watching my UNG. My nat gas hasn't really given me much sign to get interested. Maybe above pre-market high or something like that. Just waiting my turn.
Q's just continuing to stair step higher. It looks like a buy program to me. Like I mentioned, did the big boys get positioned in? Because it looks like it. I don't think it was retail buying that dip, at least. Retail was scared on Friday. XLE, though, pushing strong with that Kuwait mention that you mentioned. Ever since then, straight upside on XLE. I will mention that, Michael.
Yeah, it's they're going to be less and less, but they're still going to probably move. It seems like equities doesn't care anymore, but maybe fixed income does.
All right, come on, AMD. Just one more little bit. So I can take off a little bit off you. Got too much in this AMD trade. You can tell you have too much in a trade when you just start to feel that sweat, that sweaty feeling.
Oh yeah, and if your focus is entirely on the trade too, right? If you're lasered in on that trade, then it's like, okay, well,
lasered.
It's probably too big.
Lasers. All right, let's get a little pop here, and then we can sell a little bit. Come on. Just another little pop. Get going. I have to take it and run. It's looking good on the longer term chart. I like AMD. This needs to start riding up here. Q's pulling back a little bit. We might get that pullback look. I have to step out. Yeah, we're going to get that attempt right here.
Crow, is there a nat gas levered GTF?
Is there a what?
Nat gas levered GTF.
Ooh, I wonder.
I'm just asking Siri here now.
All right, I'm gonna put a stop right here, just in the green, just in case we get another pullback in the Qs. Qs look like they're pulling back there, and there it is, a little pullback. Look to get back in here.
Thank you, Crow. Yes, of course, boil. That might be a way to do it. Just take up less buying power that way.
Took the money and ran there on that AMD first trade there, looking to reload in it really at a cheaper price if I can get it here. I'm watching the Qs. It's holding the 9 EMA. Let's see if it rips back above the 705, or did we get a little bit of some pullback? Was that just an opening little trap there in tech? So that's why I sold the rip there. I said, you know what? You didn't get the best entry, right? I was like in the pre-market. I didn't buy the bread. So I said, you know what? I'm going to take it off here and reload, at least cash in, give myself a little cushion on the day, and then look to see what happens now. BidX kind of just holding in there, not really doing much either, telling me more and more. Hey, just take a second to see what happens here, what really starts to hold strength. Seeing some basic materials holding some strength in the last 5 minutes. Defensive's coming back, right? So if that comes back into play, watch for tech to go red, and then boom, it gets difficult, right? So let's see if we get some recovery here. AMD trying to get it, and so is the Qs. It went right back to 705. They're trying to take it. Yeah,
Crow, I know you're talking about El Nino, but this is just my natural gas. This is just it's a shot. It's the positioning has been as low as it's been in 3 years. So there's more people short natural gas than they've been in 3 years. So it's strictly I think they're wrong. So we have this undercut of this prior swing low right here that we bounced through. So I'm just looking to see strength over that. And then it's just a buy here with I think a 990 stop that I just turn into a trailing stop and just let it go. So I'm just watching here. I want to see some amount of strength on the tape, just something to push higher. And I'll just punch into that position. It's not planning on being I'm going to hold this thing for a long time. And I know it's a 30% win rate in this particular strategy.
Push right back in here in AMD. We'll see if it rewards me for it. Q's kind of going right there off the 705 highs. We'll see if they break through and go for an extension back up. Can the Q's go on a runaway trade right now? It's holding in. Let's see if we get the next step up.
And NG main, yeah. So in the 250s, that might make sense. I can show you guys. I just have this strategy. And this is just there. So there's the equity curve. It's not pretty. It's not amazing yet. I'm still working on this strategy. But this is just my commitment to traders strategy. Just looking to buy when everyone is short and sell when everyone is long, and using a couple technical patterns to kind of ignite the
New
trade.
highs
Right?
on the Qs. New highs on the Qs. We continue to push on tech. And if I see what's leading, I see computer systems, of course, right near the top. Semiconductor equipment and services names. Scientific technical, like your LITE, doing really well. COHR up 6%. TER, that's a really good name in the semi equipment names. So, really good, strong action today in tech to start the day.
Nice. Yeah, the SPY's going with that as well. XLF and XLV, the two defensive names, are just holding, which means the RSP is just both flat, but you're seeing that inside the tech space with semiconductors doing good. So this could hurt a lot of people. This very clear resistance or support break that might have sucked everyone in, triggered a whole bunch of stop losses and all that, and then they just rip it up in people's face, just right into the other side. That'd be funny for me. I know that's mean to say, but I think that would be funny. You get that.
It is.
That's just the way I trade, right? Let me find other people having a bit of bad time, and then I'll take the other side of that. Take the other side of that trade.
Qs is continuing, guys. That's why I'm not going to sell my AMD here. I have to take the shot with the Qs just pushing high. It barely pulled back to the 9 and just caught fire again. So until this trend breaks right now, I say we ride it. Qs just pushing strong. So I'm even looking for more tech names to buy. If anything, add towards maybe the BidX trade, but that's not going anywhere just yet. I got to look for the stocks that are leading, like TER, going to the upside. But really seeing the strength there, guys. That's why I almost feel like AMD's trying to rip here. It's just trying to fake me out a little bit here. But a lot of names pushing strong with the Qs remaining in that strength. We continue to see that action there. Let's see if we can continue seeing the just relentless break to the upside.
Hope so.
All right, let's see. Hey,
I
I will ride the trend when I see it. Right now, the trend is definitely V reversal. Look at the daily chart already on the Qs. Look how the daily chart looks. It looks exactly like a V right there. So, in my eyes, will we get some attempt back down? Yeah, at some point. But right now, we're holding in here. Let's see how much we can ride in the Qs.
Come on, Netty Gas. Take a little bit of a perk up. Get exciting there. Oh, it's that one trade that I got this morning that triggered out for a loss there. That CJMB. Just take your shot, take your hit, move on with your life. I need to look at that one. It's not enough volatility. It shouldn't have made the cut. And so that's one of those. Time to sit down and have a chat with Claude. Go, listen, sir. I don't think that one should have been at it, and why. That's the beauty of doing this kind of stuff, is it should just be incremental learning like that. You take your trade. If there's if it was just a stop out, I go, okay, well, I'm going to stop out. It's going to happen. It's going to happen on half all the trades. So who cares? But if there's something that you notice that looks kind of pretty bad, then you can go through and say, okay, well, I don't want you to do that again. And instead of yourself, where you're trying to like sell yourself something amazing, you can just tell the bot, and you can be sure that those things will never get picked again. And so that's how you can very easily improve a strategy over time.
All right, got stopped out there in BidX, about to get back in here. It looks great. It just did that like undercut and rally look. Let's see if the Qs want to just go here. XLE is just ripping though. That is still strong action there. Hasn't turned around since this morning. People are not buying that whole ceasefire. They said, forget you, Trump. All right, I like this look here. Lets me risk off the bottom here. So I'm going to take the shot here with a little bit more size now in BidX. A little bit more now. Taking a little bit more risk here to see BidX start to push strong.
Yeah, there's
see
been
if we
nothing.
can break above. So you see this trend line. If we can get above here, 1250s, it can really start rocking and rolling. So let's see if we go straight up from it. We undercut the low right out the gates, right? So you undercut it. Now you look for volume to show up there, and then the rebound and volume to come in on the climb. Looking really good right here. AMD cutting me out there. I had a nice little easy support there to kind of get cut out. Could still get back in. Just gave up less than what I already made in AMD. So I just didn't want to like get washed on a potential 515 attempt, right? So the Qs are pulling back here. We'll see if they reload. They did break the 9 there, but right now, like you're seeing that trickle. There's 4 or 5 candles down in the Qs red. So now you're finally getting that pullback. A lot of that also, I mean, XLE breaking the highs there too. Is that causing the SPY to come down? SPY is starting to bleed now, as you're seeing energy start to push. So just to mention that, energy is starting to push. That could start to wash out certain trades out there. I got a nice push off there and a BidX there. So I kind of like this, guys. I'm going to add in here and go for the win. All right, there you guys see another
Nice.
ad on the win, right? So now I get the ad. Now I got first position with 100 shares, right? That was just feeler position. Now I stepped up 300 risk to bottom. Now I stepped up another 100 on the break above the trend line, which gives me that breakout volume, right? Now I'm fully sized in the position. I could still maybe get one more 100 shares on a break-even pullback, but that's if I really want to take a bigger shot. Now I know where my risk is. It's the low of the day, right? And then I'm looking for this to rise. Let's see what happens in BitX today. Let's see if Bitcoin wants to reward me and get back up there towards the 1260s and then make a run to 13s. That'd be the look that I'd be looking at. If we could get back to 13s, I think we could have a little bit more breakout. I like how it's been building too, right? This is not like a one-day trend. This has been building, trying to really get above 1270s. That's really where things start to get a little bit better. Johnson & Johnson holding in on the pullback. Will we see healthcare make a comeback? I like Lilly on Friday. I got in and out of this thing. We'll see what happens. Can Lilly make a move out there?
Yeah, it'd be interesting with the Qs kind of coming back in. We're pulling back to test this pre-market high, and we're coming back in. That is kind of like step one. If we can hold that to me shows that there's a lot of kind of really strong names out there that people are looking for small pullbacks. But if we kind of give this up entirely, then we can be a little bit worried, I guess.
Yeah.
So I'm just watching this zone, and same here with the SPY. If we go into the SPY, right, we broke that pre-market high. I was like, man, I really want this thing to hold. Not doing it just yet. So I would like to see some sort of kind of buying come back in. We're getting right close to the open again. So that puts us kind of right back where the open, say now through the open, a new low there in the SPY for the day. So just as we were looking strong a minute ago, we give it all back here now. And no news, nothing I can see.
It's just a chop. And it's oil, really, the takeoff, I think, weighing in on things, right? This whole morning, like, news push, right, Michael, was that the war was leaning towards more ceasefire, right? Well, all of a sudden you see oil spiking. That creates that look of, oh, no, maybe it's not.
Yeah, we need... but, like, I don't... Like, what do we... Can he even taco? Or I was like, we need a taco. But, like, what can he do? Like, does he just go, oh, yeah, the war's over again? Like, do we even care? You know, is it... If somebody goes, oh, the war's over right now, would the market react at all? Because we're like, oh, yeah, we've heard this 17 times. Who cares if we hear it again?
Coming right back to the opening price here. Let's see if we find some opening buyers to step back up here. Chevron making a new high. Oil just pushing strong. XLE looking really strong now, guys. Look at the XLE chart. That's some strength there. All right, so we'll see what happens here. Might get out in BidX here as it approaching the lows. So now it's time to set the stop. Set the stop right at this 1226. If I get hit. That's through the low. Don't want to hold through that no matter what.
IREN popping up. I know this is a crowd favorite.
Coming back.
AI nerds. Nice little pop up there. Huge off the open. That and Hut 8.
Oh, it's doing all right.
Both gapping up. These are the ones. Well, IREN has always been data center, but Hut 8 was one of the ones just to say, screw it. We're not Bitcoin anymore. We're doing something else, which I think is just a brilliant move. Just how you have to do it.
QHR, one of the strong ones this morning. I'm wondering if it gets strength again, if the Qs can find some type of balancing act. This is a strong one that didn't lose much on the pullback. So I'm looking at names like that. Strength where you didn't lose much on pullback, right? LITE, another name like that, right? So we'll look to see what happens here. This looks strong here. Look here at the trend. Yeah, it looks like it's coming back here for the 800 touch here.
Gold not moving, silver flat. This thing's been just bleeding. Software flat. XLF. It's down like 1/3%, so that's probably flat as well. Right, XLV, pretty much, there's just nothing here that stands out as something crazy other than SMH. And as we saw, the market can hold up just fine with semiconductors falling, which sadly probably means the market can stay in a range with semiconductors rallying if the rest of the world is not participating. So we've seen a lot of cool rallies. We just haven't seen that everything rally that we're looking for. Like that, you know, we get semiconductors up at the same time, we get space stocks up, and we get quantum computers up, and we get like the whole green light. Like, let's just buy it up. We just haven't seen that.
SpaceX new lows 121.60. Woo. Woo. Am I gonna get the double digits this month?
Oh, it might, yeah. Good.
I'll take the double digit entry, man. I'll start loading in at the 90 spot. I'm going to like put an order out there like 90, 70, 50, and then not feel bad, right? Because now I feel like, you know, now we're getting to valuations that kind of make sense, right? If they valued it up there and we could get it at half the price of what they were trying to sell it to you, now that seems like a little bit better of a deal.
Stink bids.
Got to get a deal on these IPOs, man.
It's
not even stink. It's just more just believe in what normally happens to IPOs. IPOs normally go through this rough period at the start, and a big part of that valuations. Very few like ARM where it really kind of held like up the whole time. ARM was a real surpriser.
Yeah, it's like 80% undercut their IPO price.
Yeah.
And
I think the only way to kind of look at IPOs is like expecting the undercut. And then you can start to load in, especially if you're trying to invest.
yeah, well,
Zscaler looking good here, guys. I like Zscalers. I'm gonna go for Zscaler here, guys. I'm gonna go big here. I really like this look here. Why do I like this look here, guys? The reason why is that this is in the cyber names. It's the names that I really like, and it's a laggard. I've been talking about trying to play this one for a while now, waiting for the strength to come back into this space. So I just took a little bit there. I'll add a little bit on the pullback, and then look to see that Pan W and names like that can kind of push to the highs, right? Pan W, CrowdStrike, Sentinel. Look at Sentinel. Ooh, Sentinel looking strong today. Maybe look for some snow action. The snow. Or what about the frog? Ooh, Froggy Frog. Looking good. The Frogster. The Frogster. I like Frog right here. Frog is looking good. Let's get some Frog. Let's see if we can get some Frog on the bid here. It's a wide spread, so be careful with Frog, but I'm more than willing to go after it if I can get a bid fill. This is a stinker. I'll throw out a stinker here. Can I get the stinker?
pulled the trigger there in UNG. Just
Come
was
on
able
back
to
to me.
was able
Q's
just to hang
falling
out
fast,
there.
guys.
I'll take it over here too. But yeah, it was UNG was holding in when watching this thing all
jumping.
morning, so just bought a little bit there for the swing. I'll track it here. Nope.
Jumping. Try to get a little bit more of this.
And that was just the idea that we talked about of everybody is short natural gas. So we'll take a little bit of a shot and see if we can kind of dig in, see if we can hold something as well, right? Yeah, someone's talking about the IPO anchored VWAP. That's a great little indicator. I know Brian Shannon used that a lot. Let's see, look at something like Tempest. I think I already have it drawn in there. No. And you just slap a VWAP to the IPO and you just say, okay, what's the average price of the average market participant? Yeah, Tempest is just crazy how well this worked. Support, resistance, support. You can see it just bounce off that line. That's just giving you, for people who are interested, just what is the average price of the average person out there who owns a certain stock. And you can do that. It's a free drawing tool under I think it's everywhere now, but this is TradingView. You can see the average price of the average market participant in SpaceX at around like 150, 160. And it just gives you a pretty interesting sentiment indicator, because if the average person in the stock is doing great, making money, having a great time, then more likely there is going to be an uptrend. If the average person's having a bad time, then there's more likely than maybe on dips that people are, or on rips, people are selling into it. So it's just a decent way to go, okay, is this something that, makes a big difference? Now, for an exact trading system, I tested it. I couldn't really find too much that was like super fascinating, but I get it as a sentiment indicator, right? Are people doing well? Are people doing poorly? Same thing as people will do for intraday, where, if you're above the VWAP intraday, then, most people who've been buying the stock that day are making money. If you're below VWAP intraday, most people who've been buying that stock that day is losing money, and you're able to kind of feel the vibes, I guess, of that. And you can do that on anything. It's the power of VWAP, right? Is that you can take a moving average, but that's just the last X amount of numbers divided by X, right? The 10-period moving average is
SNDK.
last 10 trades divided by 10, but just putting that volume in it is really interesting.
All right, taking my shot here, dip buying SNDK, SanDisk baby, let's go. Already getting some action here. Let's see if we can get that nice little pop above the 1430s and then start to see this climb. Get the Qs to come right back up here would be the really nice thing. I'm seeing Cisco hold well. Let's see if the Qs can hold this 701, 700 pullback, get right back up to the 705s. Then we're rocking and rolling. And I stayed in the strong name, so I should see a break through the highs. So I will try to see if this can hold here. The pattern's there for it. Just need the Qs to play along. Let's see if we get it. There we go. Nice action there. Now I need the Qs to kind of play along here. If the Qs play along, we're looking good here. Qs are starting to play along here. 702 showing up there, close to it. Let's see if we recover there. Boom. Nice upside on the first push. Now we want to see it push there towards the 1440s. Just break through the highs and send off. Let's go. Send it. Send it. Send it. I want a nice little Ayukin uppercut. Here, let's see if we get it.
Let's see if we... Yeah, the SPY trying to dig in. Just trying to get back through the open.
Zscaler looking good there.
Trying to get back through the open on the Qs as well.
I like the action. I like my positioning so far. I can add more on that Zscaler, but I might go for some frog. Get the frog, bro. Get the frog. The frogs are just running away from me, dude. Such a frogster.
Yeah, a little bit of a pop there in the markets. A little bit of a dip and rip. Seeing just nothing in the way of news.
Okta's still staying strong here. I like Okta. That's one of the strongest names in the market right now. I'll go with an Okta bet. Let's get some Okta.
Yeah.
A little bit of Okta. I'll take the bet here. I'll set it, forget it type of trade here. Let's go. SanDisk, full percent up, right back to the highs. Let's get it, guys. Let's go. Q's looking good. Now at this one is, I got to do the same game. Like, it's either going to go and just continue rocking and rolling, or it's going to come back and just poop on me here. So I don't want to show my hand break even here, but essentially that's my mentality here. I can risk a little bit down into this area. Definitely don't want to risk below this low. If it's going to push, it might be a little tweak here and then a lift off, but we want to see the Qs not break the low. The Qs need to continue playing along because you want the Qs playing back in if we're going to get this send off.
Yeah, what a good day for these memory names that had been
beaten down.
So beaten down, so smoked. But we just,
yeah, let's see, Micron. Yeah, it's just hanging in there. I'm telling you, it's the Qs right here. We got to play along, right? So we break that low, the party doesn't happen, right? So let's see what happens here.
Well, and I would just love it if breadth improves, right? So more stocks are down than up today, more new lows than new highs. So it's the opposite of what we've been looking at recently, in which markets were holding on just fine, and a lot of these memory names and semiconductor names were getting smoked. And this is just the complete opposite, where we're getting most stocks are having a bad time, but these handful of names are holding us up. So what we need to really rocket is kind of an everything, a little bit of a turnaround. If we can get a couple ideas to just get some, like, say, financials, get healthcare, get some of these other names to kind of turn around, start making new highs, going green for the day. That's what I think we need to have things really kind of pick up, right? The Qs, we can move with just semis. We've shown that. We've shown that we don't need semis to be a strong market at all. But we have to get, if we want an everything rally, we just need the rest of these ones to stop going down. So RSP just hit a new low for the day, and it's down under yesterday's low. That's the concerning bit for me, is I just want that bleeding to stop. that would be very nice.
Got to bring it down. Bring her down to me. Industrials red, healthcare red, financials red, basic materials red. It's just pretty much tech, energy, utilities. And tech is right there, break even right now from the open. Let's see if we can go green again here. I'm still watching the Qs. They're putting up some defense there. Now the question is, can they get back up through the 702s and we push back to 705? If we get back to 705s, the bulls will feel like they're in control. If they break the 700 here, it starts the chop game. So let's see what happens.
Yeah, just I've got laser eyes on this RSP. I just want to see it
Lasers.
stop crashing to new lows. Just stop every last 20
Lasers,
minutes.
dude.
It's been a new low and a new low and a new low. And then we just gotta stop that and hold in. And then all of a sudden we can get some sort of reversal on the books. And the fact that the Qs and the SPY are holding on okay. You know, they're both up. They're flirting around the open price. Not much is happening, and they're doing that while the RSP is just kind of stair stepping lower. That's as soon as the RSP just stops going down. It doesn't necessarily have to rip, but just stops going down. Then I think that's when we get the relief bounce and everything. You just can't have the majority of stocks just sitting on your back and just like pushing you down like that. And once they can just chill out, then maybe we get a reversal and kind of push there as well, right?
Yeah, at least for the long term, we won't get a continued breakout unless everything kind of plays in. I agree. But what you're seeing, the Pistons continue, dude.
Right, and that's why we have done nothing in the markets all the way since May, middle of May. It's because we can get one thing to go up and then we can get the other thing to go up, but nothing can go up at the same time. So this is why I'm just very much in a okay sitting in a bunch of cash, okay taking, you know, my little discretionary shots here and there, and okay just waiting for something to occur. And until then, I'm just hanging out, and it annoys me, I guess, looking at all this cash, but I just remind myself that it's still likely the best thing until the market can show me that it's gonna have some sort of sustained move. And even if we look at like today's action, I remember this line that I drew that was near the resistance on Friday and then support a bunch next week, how we bled through that real quick, and now we're just making new lows again here on the SPY. Google, nice pop. Let's look. I know there's Google's out there talking about a new chip, but that would be, yeah, I think that's probably what caused that. They're getting the more chip
They have
making
earnings
stuff,
right? The earnings is not a bad one to play into.
Yeah, Wednesday will be interesting because Wednesday will be earnings for Google and Tesla, and then the next time we have next Wednesday we have the other ones. I think Microsoft and Meta. I do believe we can take a look here.
All right,
So
here's
between
the
this one and last one,
spot there on the Qs.
yeah, Microsoft and Meta there, Apple on Thursday. So by the way I'm looking at it is we may have another week of this really choppiness, and depending on how these earnings come through, if they come through good at all, then you have a push, and that's where we finally, I think, break.
We'll see what happens.
Yeah, so the SPY holding strong, or Google holding strong against its highs. The fact that, again, Google is doing this while the market is doing this, right? New lows on this candle, and RSP is doing new lows on that candle as well. Those mags. Yeah, mags is Up. Okay. So rotation into the mag, maybe. AD, ADB. See that. Here, there. Yeah, they're gonna give us this money. It's like, okay, they already told us that, you know. Uh, so I don't know if Nvidia matters as much as it used to. Just I don't know if it's on purpose that they report so much later than everyone else, or if he just likes it like that. It gives time for everything to push through, right? Let's see here. S dot, you guys are still looking at. I just can't. I can't believe that's still a thing.
That's
But yeah, it looks like it might be trying to make another leg higher on this thing, and this is crazy. It's holding up just strong. Grab. It's just email. I don't need to see my ugly face there. Yeah, nice little push up here on. Taking a look here in the SPY, trying to dig in for just a
XLE
second.
started to pull back a little bit there. Maybe that starts to help if oil
Yeah.
can pull back here. Saw
We've
the
had that.
XLE pull back in the last 15 minutes.
Yeah, so we had that undercut, and then we're starting to potentially rally back through. Don't want to jinx anything. We haven't had a single up bar so far since we broke that high. So this could potentially maybe be the first. As a little bit of an undercut and rally there, things could go through.
It's definitely more chop, regardless, right? So, see what happens out there.
What's the best stock split you remember? Jeez, I only remember the reverse splits because they're no fun. Apple's split like 100 times at this point, so you could grab any one of those and say those were pretty good stock splits because that hit an all-time high on Friday. How are we doing there in Apple today? New all-time high today. Today not so much. Today we're bleeding down, but yeah, that was new all-time
Today,
high.
not so much.
Yeah, this is straight line down. Yeah, new all-time high on Friday. So you could look back at all those stock splits and say, okay, those were good. But it's just so silly that they even matter at all. It's just so weird to me. I understand that they do. But it's just like it shows if the market was like 100% like logical, like the efficient market theorists say it is, then stock splits would mean absolutely nothing. Like absolutely not a thing because they don't do anything. It's just it like moves a decimal place over on a screen, especially with things like fractional shares. You can just put in the dollar amount that you want to buy of a security, and you can buy that dollar amount. It just doesn't matter the rest of it. But the fact that there does seem to be a little bit of an edge of if you are doing reverse stock splits, your company is awful. And if you're doing normal stock splits, your company's probably pretty good. The fact that you sometimes see a move directly after a stock split just shows that that's still run by apes, us imperfect, make no sense beings. Because yeah, stock split just moves the decimal place. Mags pushing up just a bit here, trying. Yeah, IBIT just at its open. So that was a little bit of a rally candle there, but everything is just moving so slow. Okay, I don't know what I'm missing, but I don't see ADPV. Is there some reversal there? It's ADBV you're talking about. I don't see it. I don't see it on TradingView. I don't see it on Trader Evolution. Talking AbbVie, is that Advanced Biomed? Is that ADVP? It's a hard one. Is it this one? Advanced. There we go. There you go. See, as a dyslexic one, that killed me because I had to check it like 37 times to see if I was typing it wrong. But there you go. That's a nice looking little breakout there. Nice long base.
Taco Man.
Breaking out of.
You're gonna need to do something, Taco Man. Oil keeps going higher.
I know, like when's he? But like, I just wondered, like, what's he gonna do?
Oil pushing right back up to the highs there. XLE pushing back to the highs. That's what's weighing down the SPY right now. I feel like.
Like, what if he came out today, said, "Okay, the war's over again, guys." Like, do we care anymore? Does anyone believe it? Does
well, the algos buy it, Michael, and so you get these spikes regardless, right? You'll get the spike. Now the question is, will it hold? That's the other question.
I just don't.
A lot of these spikes have not held as of late, right? They spike and then they come back down. That's the hard part, because in the future, like when we have all these fluff pieces thrown into the market and you get those quick pops, how do you strategize around that, right? It's hard. It really is. That's what you call headline risk. Headline risk is real.
Well, it's just such a problem because what do you do? Like, how do you?
There's no getting around it. If the algos pick it up and then they just buy it up anyways, even though it's yes, right?
But yeah, just with like no faith in. I just once people stop caring, it's like, well, yeah, what do you do? Like, what do you? How do you get to the point in which you could say anything that the market's going to hold a bounce on when you've done the war is over 27 times? like okay, sure, yeah, I believe you this time. At some point,
I guess it has to be over at some point. The market's just like kind of teetering now. TLT keeps kind of dropping a little bit. That's where the concern comes, Michael. That's why I was saying, does he come out of the woodworks? The TLT is coming down, my friend.
Well, that's right. So we know his triggers, right? So if we go TLT, that and whatever. But yeah, we know his triggers are oil and their rates, and just so I can go over here. You can do TNX. So this is the 10-year rate. And you see this box I have highlighted. I don't know if this was a stock. I'd say this is a pretty good looking stock to maybe move higher. That's what if I was looking at this, and this is the 10-year rate. This is the yield. It's at 4.5%, and every time we see it creep up into this area, it seems like the dude always comes in and goes, "Oh yeah, guys, we are everything's great, and I'm go America, and everything's fantastic." And it makes sense that he would do that because we have this. When the rate gets too high, the government even doing its own debt is like near impossible, right? Where if you're just spending half of your income financing your own debt, that becomes really, really hard to do, right? Like super hard to do. And as a government, it becomes hard to do anything cool if you're spending all of your money financing your debt. So that's why this guy's been so gung-ho about yelling to lower rates, because if he yells to lower rates loud enough, then maybe somebody out there will listen and lower the rates. So yeah, it's a problem. So it's, if we're going to see him completely back out and just completely, talk about, oh, this is something, we need to deal with right now type of thing, then you're going to get that change is going to happen like really quickly. He's going to come through and he's going to see the rate. Someone's going to call him and say, listen, gas is up, rates are up. And he'll go, okay, well, this is going to be bad for the economy, and it's going to be bad for me trying to win an election in a short period of time. So we'll taco it. And so you can always, in the past, every time the TLT has been kind of down to this low, you have this tacoing event where he's like, all right, I'm out. All right, I got to get out of this thing. All right, tariffs. Okay, well, don't worry. We're going to do a pause on tariffs. I think that was like right here. Oh, it's 2023. Right here. So he paused on tariffs and the thing just pops. And it just over and over and over again, you end up seeing this occur, in which, again, you have to, right? You can't run a government if half of all of the dollars you spend are just to service your debt. So you don't blame them, but it just shows that where the trigger points are, right? Like where can you hurt him? Right? The guy obviously doesn't care what you say to him. It's his last term, so he probably doesn't even care about his approval rating too much. But what you can do is say, yeah, we're going to crank interest rates, which is, he must be so mad at the new guy. He must be so mad.
Oh, he's getting called into the office.
It's like, man, I asked you one question when I interviewed you. How low are you going to drop rates? And now you're telling me you want to be data dependent, just like the last guy ate it.
Michael, you know how it works.
Steven.
He's going to walk into the office and Trump's going to point at the paddle on the wall. It's good old college paddle.
Well, I'm saying you get that scary dude, right? You get one of those guys who took Mendora. Is just gonna, like, you wake up and you look up and he's hovering over you, and you just go, uh oh, should have lowered the rates in the last meeting. Oh, we get a pause there. Oh, I think I got the sound thing. I'll be right back.
No, Michael, you are all right.
Me? Oh, it
No,
wasn't me
man,
this
it was
time.
not you.
It was Mitch this time. All right, well, I'm sharing my screen again. You never know. There's only two of you. When sound goes out, you go, which one is it? I don't know. We'll see. Well, that's okay. I'll keep rambling until Mitch gets it sorted out. Starting to dig in here on the SPY. We had what could be looked at as a bottoming candle. I don't know. Are these bars, or do you guys like these candles better? Which one? I don't know. Doesn't matter to me. But yeah, nice little bottoming looking candle right here. Potential reversal back up. I don't know. I gotta see more of it. I'll change these to these, and you guys give me feedback. But yeah, it's that kind of looks like a hammer. Could be hammering out a bottom. Could be holding up strong there. I don't know. It's like you get in this scenario when you're waiting for something, and the market seems to be waiting for something too, and you're just like, well, what does the market need in order to dig in order to move higher, in order to get going? Like, what is it that we need to see? And I just think it's earnings at this point, right? If everyone comes through and they go, yes, we are all still interested in spending a ton of money. We're all going to unload so much money into AI that everything is sunshine and kittens, then great. I think everything just rebounds and we make new highs and everything's fine. And then if we get the opposite of that, in which everyone goes, yeah, no, things are still a little bit dicey out there. We're a little bit worried. Then you get the reverse of that, right? You get a sustained move lower if we see that. So
All
until
right,
then,
should we fine now?
oh, you're good. I hear you. Q's bouncing a little bit here too as well. I don't know if this is just an
Yeah,
oversold
it's-
bounce, but looking good.
No, look at the 15 undercut off the 700. They're playing that undercut on the 15 minute. You can see that 700 really playing in here. Now the question is, do I add the SanDisk? I'm thinking about adding for it, really going for the win here.
Well, if it held up during that move, it does. Like,
Yeah, it did.
What do I know? But it does look like we're digging in here.
Yeah, I'm just looking for any kind of pullback first. I always like to add if I'm in the green. I really like to add in the red, unless it's like specifically for the entry I'm trying to target like that. But let's see what happens here. I think we really need to see a quick drive. In the overall tune of things, Michael, we're finally starting to see what you've been talking about, where maybe the other sectors can play in.
That's what I've been
Also.
noticing. Same time we're digging in here. Where's my
The
RSP?
industrials is holding in a little bit. The real estate is starting to hold in now. You had the cyclicals almost going green in the last 5 minutes. Energy still going green. So pretty much everything's like barely moving back or in the green at this point.
Well, yeah, and if, like, say, healthcare and whatever just doesn't move here, but we continue to get a rally in semiconductors, I think that's fine. But just when you have the majority of stocks selling and then you have these things pushing up, it's like, well, that doesn't help anything. So you end up having this kind of scenario where you're like, okay, it's what do I do, right? It's if everything's selling and I've got a couple stocks moving higher, the math just doesn't math. And that's what it's important for everyone when they're looking at. This is why you'll see a lot of people who trade the SPY and the Qs or even their future counterparts. They have, still stock scanners on there. They have breadth indicators on the go because it's, it's just a basket of stocks and understanding how it's weighted and what's moving. The reason that we have the Qs up 1% and almost 1%, and then we have the RSP down is just because there's one specific sector of the market that's moving higher. And all last week and for the while, when people they're looking at their account, they're like, oh man, I'm getting killed. Well, no, that's just one specific sector that's moving lower. And if you were getting killed, you were just too weighted to that one specific sector. So what we need is not one thing goes up and everything goes down. If one thing went up and everything went sideways, that would be great. If we get semiconductors ripping and everything else just doesn't do anything and is unchanged on the day or chops around, I think that's fine, right? Let's say Marvell. Ooh, that's a nice little breakout there on Marvell. So that's going to go like hand in hand with the SanDisk trade and all of that. But that's a nice little relative strength kind of breakout there into new highs on Marvell while the Qs are trying to catch up. I like that. I think it looks good. My ANF.
I just added. I don't know if
well.
my mic is doing well here, but I just added there on SanDisk. So there we go, adding it on SanDisk. Looking for the liftoff now. Now can set stops at lows and just let things work for Zscaler, and now SanDisk in the green. Focus on SanDisk. Can add a little bit more in SanDisk still here on pullbacks, but looking for this to send off now. It's all going to be about the Qs reclaiming back up towards 705. So
yeah,
AMD kind of coming back also.
I really think, and you can see it on the Qs, but I think it's clear on the SPY. I just really think that range that we'd been in for a week or so, if we just get back into that range today, then everyone who had played the range break to the downside just gets completely slapped and they go, oh, damn, I got to cover right away. I think that could be kind of the slingshot that we need, is those people have had such a bad time that they're forced to cover, or people who have sold early getting out, like that type of thing. I think that could definitely be the move. We're even seeing SpaceX starting to turn here. So
even SpaceX is going. That means we gotta jump into it, baby.
Thinking of buying a little more. Thinking of buying a little more. Big, yeah. Bought a bunch
You should have been thinking about selling some of that bad boy.
125. Well, I bought a bunch at 125 on
Yeah,
Friday.
you've been
The
getting
stop
some.
was 116,
How much do you have now?
I think.
How much do you have now?
I added I added 1,000 shares. The 150 shares I have isn't big. Like, it's not a big part of my portfolio. So I just kind of watch them at those point. I've been selling puts and doing okay. Doing that. Right. These other puts that I've sold I'm definitely underwater on, but I've just been using that to kind of roll down the puts. I've been thinking about that. I've been thinking about doing that. It's funny. I was almost just going to wheel it, and maybe that would be a good education segment. Maybe I'll get notebook LM working on that. But the wheel strategy is an interesting, right? So essentially, on the shares that I would get assigned on, you just start selling calls. So you sell puts on the way down on things that you want to buy, and then you turn around and you sell calls when you get assigned the stock to like cover your way out, and it ends up just turning things like into a decent little strategy of turning something that maybe doesn't make you money into an income bearing kind of a thing. Because when you sell puts, you've got two scenarios. One is you collect all your premium because the put required or expired worthless, and you have a good time, or you get assigned. And when you get assigned, the question is, how do you deal with it? Right? Do you just work on the shares, or you do something like that as well? But hey, Michael, how's it going? I see Mike and Tack having a chat in there. But yeah, I'm gonna get a notebook. Do something on the wheel options strat using SpaceX. I think you're down again, Mitch.
Am I?
Oh, no, you're back.
I'm just quiet. You're not used to that.
No, I thought I saw you moving around, but it wasn't. I'm always just paranoid it's me after that one time that I chalked for like 50 minutes over you and Jane.
No, I was having fun that day, dude. You gotta have fun with it.
EV
sound issues. Good thing is, we're not on TV, right? AMD holding in there, XLE holding in there. Let's go Qs. Let's go SPY. Let's get moving. Everything's starting to trickle down though in the last 5 minutes. It's like kind of this little mixed game right now, and it's as mixed as can be, I would say.
Well, I think this one, if you hold that's interesting. If you hold this is the area now. It's like 744
on the Qs.
Yeah, is that the turn, right? And you can just put a line there and just see. If you're above that area, then yeah, that could have been the turn. If you break it, you go, okay, well, if there is a turn, it's definitely lower. But BIYA, everyone's talking about halted again. Yeah, halted as she smacked to new pre-market highs. Wow. Crazy name. Is that actual legit, or is that a reverse split? Let me look. No. Okay. So it doesn't actually look like that. That's a reverse split.
All right, guys, we're going to go to some education here. Hopefully, by the time we come back, we will be in rip-out mode for the Qs, looking to see that the Qs can get back above 705s. That would be my look to see that we're back in the push to the upside. But I know that probably you guys are thinking about big earnings stocks coming up and thinking, well, should I go long Google or Tesla maybe right now? Well, I got a video for you guys previewing into the earnings and previewing, of course, their business and what's been going on underneath the hood. Let's take a look here at our education segment and take a look at Google versus Tesla.
The massive, capital-intensive transition to artificial intelligence is rapidly splitting, on one side, Alphabet, two entirely opposing economic realities. On one side, Alphabet continues to operate as a highly profitable, cash-generative virtual hyperscaler. On the other side, Tesla is executing a structural pivot away from premium automotive manufacturing, pouring its capital into physically unconstrained automation and humanoid robotics. This chart tracks the operating margins of both companies from 2024 through the first quarter of 2026. Look at the endpoints. Alphabet scales its operating margin up to 36.1%, while Tesla's compresses down to just 4.2%. These diverging financial metrics are the direct result of the engineering medium each company builds upon. One is scaling in a virtual environment. The other is forced to manipulate physical atoms. This bar chart visualizes Alphabet's segment revenues for the first quarter of 2026. Out of $109.9 billion in consolidated revenue, their core search and related services grew by 19.1%. This expansion is reinforced by Google Cloud's operating income, which surged by 203.1% year-over-year. If you pull Alphabet's net income from third-party financial databases, you will see a reported figure of $62.58 billion. This waterfall chart deconstructs that gap reporting based on official SEC filings. We can isolate a $37.72 billion non-operating net gain, driven primarily by unrealized equity gains, that skews the actual operating baseline. Tesla's financial reality for the exact same quarter shows a sharp contraction. Total revenue dropped 10.1% sequentially, while GAAP net income fell 42.8%. This compression is driven directly by lower vehicle delivery volumes and average selling price cuts across their legacy automotive segment. This table compares Tesla's market capitalization against legacy automakers like Ford and General Motors, mapped to their respective quarterly net incomes. Notice the structural gap. Tesla holds a valuation exponentially higher than traditional manufacturers, while generating only a fraction of their net income. The public market is mispricing Tesla if it views the company as an automaker. Investors are valuing it strictly as an artificial intelligence and robotics platform, currently enduring a costly physical transition. Alphabet's guided capital expenditures project near 100% year-over-year growth to reach $185 billion, placing it alongside Amazon and Microsoft. They justify this spend with their expanding backlog. Google Cloud's committed contract revenue surged to $460 billion, nearly doubling sequentially. 60% of Alphabet's CapEx is deployed directly into custom hardware. In 2026, they plan to deploy 1 million units of their 7th-generation tensor processing unit, the TPU V7 Ironwood. Designing custom silicon yields measurable operating efficiencies. Alphabet's internal architecture delivers a 67% reduction in energy consumption per token compared to commercial graphics processing units. They are also securing a Horizon compute advantage through their Google Quantum AI division, anchored by a new 105-qubit superconducting processor named Willow. Willow recently completed a molecular simulation benchmark in under 5 minutes. Classical supercomputers would require an estimated 10 septillion years to perform the exact same calculation.
10 septillion.
By designing highly efficient
silicon
and pioneering quantum architecture, Alphabet insulates itself from external hardware bottlenecks, securing internal control over its unit economics. While software and virtual infrastructure can scale infinitely, Tesla is forced to manipulate heavy materials and retool physical industry. In May 2026, Tesla made this pivot literal by fully dismantling its legacy Model S and Model X assembly lines at the Fremont facility. They immediately repurposed that cleared factory floor to establish modular assembly cells for the Optimus Gen 3 humanoid robot. This requires a shift to microtolerances and precise actuator calibration. But physical supply chains disrupt AI development. In April 2025, Chinese export ban on rare earth magnets bottlenecked Tesla's pilot production, forcing them to restructure their material sourcing just to build out the Gen 3 platform. This physical friction extends to the autonomous vehicle battleground, highlighting the divide between Alphabet's bounded AI approach and Tesla's generalized AI approach. Alphabet's Waymo operates a bounded Level 4 system. It relies on a sensor fusion package costing an estimated $100,000 per vehicle. This capital-intensive hardware has delivered an 81% reduction in injury events compared to human drivers. Tesla's full self-driving system omits LiDAR entirely to keep hardware costs under $5,000. This low-cost approach allows them to deploy the software to millions of customer cars, collecting billions of miles of unstructured training data. However, this camera-only model carries safety frictions. During unsupervised pilot programs in Austin, Tesla's test fleet recorded a crash rate 9 times worse than the baseline for human drivers. To counter these hardware limitations,
9
Tesla
times
designed the
worse.
purpose-built
Do
Cybercab.
you want to be in that
Using their
FSD?
unboxed
Just letting
assembly
that thing
model,
run your
the
life?
vehicle eliminates the steering wheel
Not
and
for
the
me.
paint shop entirely to force low-cost manufacturing scale. Tesla's pivot into generalized physical AI carries inherent material, logistical, and safety constraints that software-only hyperscalers simply do not face. This heavy execution explains their ongoing margin compression. Beyond financial and engineering limits, both platforms face a final structural constraint: the
She's
state.
struggling here, man.
Alphabet's market dominance triggered antitrust mandates from the Department of Justice, legally banning Google from maintaining exclusive default search engine contracts. A secondary judicial mandate now requires Alphabet to provide competitors with direct snapshots of its search index and ongoing user click and query data. Tesla is facing its own regulatory threat as federal safety agencies demand a full audit of its autonomous crash reporting practices. The investigation centers on Tesla's 5-second window protocol, where the software allegedly omits a collision from autonomous safety logs if the driver disengages the system mere seconds before impact. These regulatory interventions
that?
target the core data
You hear that
pipelines
little
of both
scam?
systems. If Alphabet is forced to share its proprietary search data, and Tesla is barred from unsupervised data collection,
coming right back
both
down.
platforms lose their primary competitive moat. Alphabet has successfully constructed a vertically integrated, heavily profitable virtual AI stack. Tesla has accepted severe financial compression to build out the physical infrastructure required to establish a robotics monopoly. Alphabet must now defend its core search margins from legal erosion while continuing to fund the intense capital requirements of bounded autonomy. Tesla must prove its unmonitored software can safely navigate the physical world before its automotive cash engine stalls completely. Ultimately, both face physical limiters. Alphabet is constrained by the power grid demands of its data centers, while Tesla is bound by the raw material dependencies needed to manufacture millions of robots. The next phase of the automated economy will not be won simply by the most advanced neural network. It will be won by the organization that can relentlessly manage physical execution risks while maintaining strict capital discipline.
We will see what happens here on the earnings, of course, coming in here on Wednesday. Of course, don't miss our stream right here on Trade the Pool. That's where you want to be catching all the earnings streams, right? Check out my man Steve. Of course, he runs those, the best stash on Wall Street. You don't want to miss it here. We'll find out what is going on here. Q's now coming and taking another leg down. And where did it come in? Well, the market was starting to come back when XLE was starting to come back down. The XLE is playing in here to the upside. Oil continuing to push. That's probably going to push the industrials right back down into the dirt. We'll see what happens, pun intended, with the industrials. We'll see. It is continuing to leak right now as we speak. Your farm and heavy construction names down as oil keeps pushing. There's a new high there for the XLE, and the Q's making a new low. So this is where I got to be very, very careful with my SanDisk trade here, because it's going against essentially the Q's right now. Somewhat leading, you would say, but the truth is, you know, I trust the Q's more than I trust SanDisk. Let's just say that much.
Well, and yeah, SanDisk is just going to be a like trading a leverage
Market
version,
leader.
No,
Yeah, exactly.
Now-
Right now.
we're trying to dig in, maybe put in a higher low there on the Qs.
Where's just somebody take that elbow and put it on the keyboard, whatever you got to do.
Let's add a VWAP here. Yeah, it's funny. We came right up there on the Qs and we ticked right into VWAP and then reversed down. So if we can hold this low, maybe this is our second big push to get through VWAP, and then from there maybe something we can do something. But yeah, it's been
a battle.
It's been a fight of a day, and it's been a overall, we got to look at it. We're still up 0.8%, and overall, I think the market's doing just fine, but it's been a pain. It's been like a pretty big pain on the morning, because you look at it, most of the action has kind of just existed together and hasn't really moved significantly in either direction. It's just been holding strong. So we need something to kind of kick us out there and get us moving a little bit better. And we just haven't yet seen that. So
Not seeing it either in the Qs. It keeps trying and it goes up and it fights, and it fails.
yeah,
That's what I'm seeing right now. It tries and fails. We can't get above the 702 now. Remember, I talked about 705 being really more the area that we want to see the strength come in. So the question is, how long can it fight on this level before we give it up, right? So trend's your friend until it isn't. So we'll see what happens on the day.
yeah, nice battle back and
Trying
forth.
to give up some.
It's a
Stuff.
it's a reminder, I know we talk a lot about when the market's not doing anything, but I think it's always important to talk about, because those are the times that you just don't get too excited to really, put your foot on the gas and start going nuts and hooting and hollering. There'll be times for that, and they're probably got another
There's the
week.
Qs. Kind of getting weak again here. Qs breaking that 700 and letting go, guys. That's the way it looks like right now. We'll see if it comes back, but it just keeps playing on this 700, and watch out for a bigger bar that opens up here, right? Because if that happens, you'll get a little bit more of that cut down look, right? So you can see it on the Qs right here. See how we keep coming back to this 700 spot, 700 spot, 700 spot. We've hit it now 1, 2, 3, 4 times, right? It's either going to be the best support ever, or you're going to start to see a bigger bar that can go down towards like 697. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, and that will all.
It's a wall there, but it needs a hold.
Well, it could be an afternoon kind of a move, right? Where then they bore everyone out in the morning, and then in the afternoon we start really cooking. But
yeah,
I'm here on the streets right now. I'm looking at the Twitters, and there's been just nothing, right?
Nope.
Iran
All right,
sports, an airstrike hit, I guess. Okay. But yeah, there's been, again, either Walter Bloomberg's like asleep at the wheel here.
He's asleep. He's taking a good nap. He's missing out, though. He's missing out on nothing because the market's not doing anything. We should have been taking a nap with him. Should have been in the Caribbean somewhere. Man, we got to just start taking a summer vacation into the... Got to make enough money on one of these trades to just take a summer vacation the whole summer.
I know one trader buddy of mine who's in the whole semi-retirement thing. He still takes... he basically won't look at anything lower than a weekly chart. So he just works once a week kind of thing.
I like it.
But he does... The VIX determines whether or not he's doing something or whether or not he's just napping. He'll just look at the level of the VIX, and right now we're in an incredibly low VIX. Go, just not for me. And again, it just becomes down. You should always know the environment to whether or not to push it or not. But then it comes down to like where you are in your life, what's the size of your account, that type of thing. Where there hopefully will come a time for everybody where your account's large enough that if you take one good swing a year and it pays off, right, there's your 6-figure income and you're loving life. And if that just means that you do nothing for 9 months of the year and then you get that one big swing, then good for you. So yeah, he just looks at once a week. He gets an alert on whether or not the VIX is up or down. And if the VIX is, I think it's below 20, he just doesn't even look at the market. He sits in cash and just waits, and then he waits for a VIX spike, and he's like, okay, now it's time to start taking a look at things to potentially buy. I'm only going to participate in the market when everyone's panicked, and I can come in there sitting in cash, and good for him, right? Most of us aren't there yet, but I hope someday everyone is.
Hey, only one way to get there. Keep trying, my friends. Keep trying. All right, guys, we'll see what happens out there. Just the market kind of dull here. We'll see if it does make a leg down or does it reverse back out again in this kind of back and forth action that we're seeing right now.
Yeah, well, we're seeing so semiconductors. It just mirrors the SPY perfectly. What we're seeing in in the Qs and everything. What we're seeing in semis, we're just hanging out right near lows. We can't get RSP to move either. That's done nothing for a period of time. And IVG is like flat on the day. It's right near the open. Hasn't really moved. So software hasn't done anything. And yeah, so this might be one of those days you go and you take a walk. We got power hour coming. We've got some earnings on the go, things like that. But days like this, I've always trained myself to just set alerts on something that will alert mobile. As we're getting close, maybe we're going to take new lows here. But yeah, you set out alerts for a little bit below this low, and you set alerts maybe for above where VWAP is now, and you go mow the lawn or walk the dog or get out, get moving, and then eventually one of those things will trigger off. You go, okay, now it's time to come sit back down and see if the market's doing anything, and it will probably correspond with a tweet. Oh, did you hear you can pay $100,000 a month if you want early access to Trump's tweets?
I want it.
Let's get the owners in on this, right? Let's get the 100K a month. That's nothing, right?
You don't think Goldman Sachs will pay up?
Oh, that's nothing for them. That like API access is.
They're like, give it to me right now.
Yeah.
Give it to me right now. I will give you the 100.
That's how you were asking how they're doing so well when the most of the speculators are short. It's stuff like that. They will 100% be buying that on day one. They've already got some quant that they're paying probably $100,000 a month for his salary, and he's coding up, and they've got the fastest data connection to the street as possible. They're building the algorithm now. They'll have something that reads the tweet and takes a decision in a microsecond, fires that off into the ether, and they'll make a ton of money doing that. And yeah, it's just $100,000 is selling API connections is one thing. Like all of them do it. It's no big deal.
Oil taking off.
Yeah, $100,000 a month for the API connection. It's just wild.
XLE new highs there, continuing there, 58.23s now. Oil seems to be the play today that's holding in here. USO now holding in, about to break the 125 spot, or it's holding 124.60, but looks like it wants to drive through 125 here. Looks like a scalp type of play, but we'll see what happens there. USO. Looks like USO wants to push again, man. We might see 140s again. Will we see 140s again on USO? Oh, I don't want to see that. I was enjoying starting to pay back down in oil prices, regular oil prices. I'm gonna go load up the car today because doesn't look like the oil prices are coming down anytime soon.
Well, no, and back to my point, I don't think there's anything that anyone can do to change that, just because there's so much distrust in the news that if he said tomorrow or today that the war is over again, I don't think oil prices are going to come. I don't think they will come down a bit, but I don't think they're going to break that kind of 100 USO low that we saw, just because there's going to be like a heightened price now for a long time, because just no one's going to believe, because there was a ceasefire and things were flowing through the strait, and then all of a sudden they get droned. And then it's like, okay, well, now we're doing all this over again. So until there's, I don't know, someone cuts a way around it or something, I don't know. Like, that's the meme that started out as a meme, but I think will just happen at some point. They're like, why don't we just dig a canal around the thing and then all of a sudden it's like, yeah, it's not going to happen tomorrow. And digging the
There's
canal
the
that long,
chop.
but
Choose new lows. SPY probably making new lows. Yep, new lows. And there goes the market, at least for the time being. VIX starting to jump there. VXX now back towards 22s. We'll look to see if that gets the spike and really start to see the VIX start to climb a little bit. We'll see what happens. All right, guys, that's going to do it for us here.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that's what's missing for the VIX, like for all of this, like everything, all of this has been happening with the VIX just tanking to new lows. So that's probably a really good idea too when you're setting your alerts as we're on our way out now. Set a couple on the VIX, and you'll know whether or not the move is something people actually care about.
Looks like it wants to break. If you're looking for a scalp type of trade, VXX would be my preferred vehicle. I like it as a really tight spread, trying to break 22s. So if you're looking for a trade in the meantime, right, and you're thinking that the market's going to keep going lower, well, this could be your trade, looking for it to come back up into this range, right? You're looking for an undercut and rally type of action there. Look to see if it holds on and kind of keeps pushing. The VIX getting the lift. All right, guys. It's 10:59. I think that's going to do it for us, guys. We'll get you guys over to the scanner side of things and keep battling. This market ain't easy, at least for right now. In the short run, you're still seeing that chop, and I think you're going to see that until you get through the big boys. It comes on Wednesday, of course. We saw Google strong out the gates here. Now you're seeing it pull back. We'll look to see if this goes red. That'll be another tell sign, right? You get this stock to go red. That's no bueno. But if it can hold in, we'll see what happens on Alphabet. We'll see what happens on Tesla. Of course, also we'll be reporting Tesla getting the washout today out the gates and really get hit hard down towards the 373s. All right, that's going to do it for us. We'll switch you guys over to the scanner side of things, but there's always more right here on Trade the Pool. Don't forget, we got our earnings streams this week. We also got a Power Hour. We got more shows for you guys. We keep it right here on Trade the Pool, and always keep up with the Discord if you're trying to catch the trading action 24/7. All right, see you guys next time right here. Keep it going. Take care.
That one's rocking and rolling. Looks like here I am. All right, awesome. What's up, guys? How we doing? Yeah, now I see what you were seeing. My face, your charts looks strong to me. The back test on the daily chart was right at the 200-day moving average. That was the low of the day there. So this one reloaded right where it needs to get this trend really rocking and rolling. I think the next stop for it, if it's completing a larger W pattern on the daily, it's going to be potentially all the way up to the 12s, 13s, maybe even 15s. How does that make you feel, Josh?
Oh, boom shakalaka, bam da bam. Now we're
Well,
rocking
howdy.
and a rolling. Here we go. How we doing here, guys? All right, sweet. I do like ADVB, and that was already broken down for you. If you really just want to have fun, lose some money, make some money, I don't know, whatever direction you're, it's going to be a lot of everything. This play has gone crazy today, Steve. Look at this. This is halted probably 15 times now, if not 20.
Whoa.
It looks great when you just say if you didn't think about the halt, but now look at these massive gaps we're getting here. It's about to halt up now again, running back into the LULD to the top side. This thing, you talk about a barn burner. This is barn burning, my friend. So this is another one we're looking at through lunch. And if you just like something slow and steady, like Steve, and you just want something to look at that's nice and easy, this is your other one right here. So another A play,
Okay.
ACHR, good chart on the day. Nice consolidation earlier in the day. Now we've got that breakout mode here. So these are the three tickers we'll be looking at for lunch, at least for me in the small cap sector, doing the daily and the recap as far as what we're looking at today. This is it, my babies. This is it. And I like this for continuation, honestly, as far as also chart-wise here for ACHR. Start to zoom out and see the bigger picture here. We're moving back up here out of this little micro downtrend, found a base. This lower low is now, we're done. The lows have been lowered out, right? So we have this overall lower low pattern. And we're making this kind of a W shape here. So let's see if this doesn't continue maybe into the 560, 570 mark, slow and steady, maybe even higher for ACHR.
Who's ringing that doorbell? I think we got somebody here.
I don't know why we need to learn how she needs to add herself. She can't add. She needs to learn how to add herself. She's got to be able to do this.
Hi.
Well, hello. How's it going,
Back there ringing
Alondra?
doorbells while people are yapping it up. I'm like, and then we have this dog barking. Oh, I know who's here. And it's so funny. You can ring the doorbell at my house all day long. My dogs don't do a darn thing. They don't know the doorbell. They're good. They know knock. You knock on the door, all hell breaks loose.
So, guys, I lost my voice.
Oh no.
Why don't you go get you some tea? You don't have to be on the stream if you don't want to. How'd you lose your voice? What were you watching yesterday's final in the World Cup and you were just yelling at the screen the whole time?
No, I think it started when I came back from Vegas.
No.
Yeah, like I remember how I don't think well, actually I don't even stream on Tuesdays, but I had to call in sick to my classes because I couldn't coach. Like my throat hurt a lot. And then like Wednesday, Thursday, I'm like, okay, it's a little sore, but like I still had my voice. And then Friday started to like fade away. And then Saturday was gone. Yesterday was completely gone. Today it's like just, I don't even know. I sound like a man.
You sound like something, all right. I'm sorry to hear that. That's never fun. Yeah, a lot of honey, like Nigel's saying, it's gonna be
Yeah,
your best friend here.
I literally like brew this whole thing of turmeric, honey, ginger, lemon. So this is like the second half of the pot.
I bet the one thing that will
I know.
help too is a throat massage. Have you ever had one of those before?
I don't even want to. I don't know.
It does feel good. I've never heard of it either, but when my throat hurt and like when that happens, I just love like a real like getting a warm cloth and setting it on there and then rub. I'm telling you, it does feel good. So do that later. Lay down, get you a nice warm washcloth, wring it out and get it nice and hot. Give yourself a little bit of a throat massage. It feels good. It just, if anything, the hot, warm cloth always makes it feel a little better too.
I think a shot of Don Julio will do it. Joe?
Well, probably more like when you're about 5 shots in. Then you won't even know you even hurt anymore, and then you're good to go. That one shot, a shot joke, a shot. Give me 5 or 6. I need to at least feel it. Come on now, Joe.
Damn, no.
She's not a lightweight. She goes to Vegas. She might even be 9 shots in before she's feeling it. We never know.
Guys, it's Monday morning. We're already thinking about the Don Julio. It's like it's been a long week already, huh?
It's 5 o'clock somewhere.
Okay, so can we talk about SPY though? Because
yeah, I'm watching it fall.
Price action. Like first, I thought we were gonna be bullish, and then I'm up like 200. I add to my position because I'm thinking we're gonna like push past the resistance area of 29,140, and then I'm up like literally $200, and then it just completely reverses, and I'm like, I'm not taking that short.
No.
I don't believe this is a real short. And yeah,
Sorry,
I gave
I'm trying to show.
Oh,
As you can see, I'm having some trouble. If you want to take the screen, I was trying to show your levels. We got some lag here. 29.20. Was that what you're looking for there, or 20 and 200?
140, 160.
I see. Okay.
You trading futures today or SPY? What are we talking about here?
Yeah, I always trade futures.
What are you talking about? Last week you were trading Walmart.
I know I fucked up on that one. I had to take a loss.
Oh no! How did it ever come back?
No, it never came back. It's filling the gap to the downside.
It sure is. I'm trying to show it, but I'm having trouble. Sorry about the slideshow here, guys. Yeah, that's
my screen if you want, or whatever. It doesn't matter. But yeah, looking at drop-based drops.
You don't have creative control. I don't know why. Well, we need to get you to where you can control and share your screen when you want to.
It's okay. I will let the gentleman be in control.
Well,
I think
I was showing your Walmart screen now. How about that? Whatever you got. You got Micro E Mini pulled up. That's not Walmart.
No, I was showing MNQ. So, all right. So watch. Let me show you. First.
All right, show me.
First, SPX had a gap down here. So I was like, okay, we filled that gap to the T. And after we filled that, we just completely got rejected at that area and came back down to fill this gap. So now it's like, okay, are you done filling this gap or what? Like, are you going to come back down here? And because we got like higher lows, I'm like, okay, I think we're going to go sweep these previous highs, but it just couldn't hold above this level. So on M&Q, I have a 15-minute order block here that it just got rejected from. And I'm like, okay, I just couldn't take the short because we're in an area of demand. We're on a 15-minute bullish fair value gap. And my entry was right here. So I called this out last night in Asia. You had 2 opportunities to get in. This would have been a nice entry to take profits up here, but I'm still long biased. I'm just waiting for that confirmation. Because if we look at the 4-hour time frame, like this is where the nice like psychological area where liquidity got picked up. So it's like, I mean, the probability of it getting picked up here and going to test this area again here, or maybe even like just if we break above that order block and hold it, then we can see a sweep of these highs and then keep going higher. I think this is just a stupid BS pullback to fill the gap, and then I think we'll go higher, but price action is slow, not that great. Volume is kind of slow. It's Monday. I don't know what we have going on this week. So I still see bullish momentum by the end of the week. If not, then I mean, I don't know. Maybe I just don't know how to trade.
No, I think that's a really good analysis. I really agree, especially with that last like minute or so. Like I think that was a really good way to wrap it up or to summarize it basically. I mean, we got slow, choppy, kind of wishy-washy BS price action right now. I do agree that the momentum, the pull is probably higher after grabbing all this liquidity to the south side here. So what I'd really like to see, I'd like to see basically earnings be that definitive kind of inflection point in the middle point of the week. And that's what we really have to focus on this week, guys. Earnings are the name of the game because we got some big ones. Tesla, Google at the top of my watch list, but we got Intel on Thursday as well. IBM's in there, a bunch of other ones, just really kind of rounding this week out as an all-around big hitter in terms of just about every sector. So I'm looking for ServiceNow as well. That's coming up. And basically, they're all going to give us little bits of hints about where the market might be going overall. So I think that might be why we're kind of slow in the indices today and just not doing much of anything yet. Yeah, Nigel's calling out the earnings as well. I think that might be what we're waiting for here. So that's what I'll be looking for. We have STLD just tonight. It's not the hugest earnings, STLD, as well as the start of some of the regional banks, but it's going to start to kind of set the stage there. And I can show you what we got.
We have PMI on Friday as well. Oh my God.
I'm sorry, what was that? I didn't quite catch that.
I'm so embarrassed. Oh my God.
Don't.
We have PMI on Friday.
Oh, PMI on Friday.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. That sounded like English. Thank you, Josh. You got to be the translator here.
You're good. You're good. Yeah, PMI that comes out. That's on Friday. Really, nothing big this week at all until Friday.
Yeah,
as far
nothing
as
big.
Data releases.
Yeah, so I think just keeping an eye on earnings and seeing how the market is affected by earnings. I think it'll either be like choppy sideways until we can get good momentum or good enough volume. But look at this uptrend. I mean, if we look at the 4-hour, like guys, there's literally nothing holding it down. Like there's no resistance. You know?
Well, it was resisting Trump's tweets earlier today. That's what kind of ran into. It was running into some problems. It was making some nice traction over VWAP into the kind of last, into the hour actually when we started. Oh, I guess it was half an hour before that.
What was it? What was his tweets? Or tweet, whatever his stupid things called social media. Anyway, what was he? Did y'all see
true
that?
Thing, Josh.
Yeah, right. Did you see him with the trophy yesterday in the presentation?
No.
I only saw the Spain picture they retweeted with him photoshopped out, so I actually didn't see him with it.
Yes, and what I love, he like a jackass, he wanted to hand out all the stuff, walk over with the trophy hand in hand with the FIFA whatever it was, and then the guy's trying to pull him off the stage, and he's like, no, he literally waited until they do the big shaboom behind him to do that picture. And even like luckily when I because I'm watching Fox redo it, kind of show like the game and the highlights that led to the very end, and then that they already had cropped him out too. Yeah, I'm like, yeah, what are you doing, man? Like, that's just that's Trump though for you. That's Trump though. He's gonna. I handed out the FIFA medals. I was on the stage with them.
I mean, what can you say? He likes the credit. He likes the spotlight. I'm just glad Argentina lost. I'm not gonna front. Spain played some amazing.
Spain played great. Should have probably won by more. They had, of course, one taken back. I think they one goal taken back is awesome. Whatever it may have been, or foul. I can't remember. But yeah, played a great game. Argentina just didn't have it. Avery's big soccer, like little. She gets into any match. Yesterday, come on, pass. She's like rooting for each team, like telling them when they're doing good, not doing good. And they did. Spain had great touches through the ball. They were passing very well, and Argentina just really didn't. They had a couple of moments where they passed it, and especially inside in the box well, but otherwise, yeah, Spain just played a much better match and just overall tournament. And so, hey, good to Spain. Sterling, of course, Detmar that joins us on Friday nights. Big love for him. I know he enjoyed it. So, yeah, and like you said, good to see someone different win, and it was awesome to see that for sure as well. But I just couldn't help but laugh when I saw that thing. Like, you got to be kidding me! When I saw, because I watched it to the very end, and so I was like, "Hey, look at this guy! What is he doing?" It was hilarious.
It's I could take it in a few different directions, but I'll try not to be as political as I might otherwise.
I'm never
I am looking at
political. It's just, I'm judging person. Who are you as a
no, of
person?
course.
To me, I'm just like, I don't care what your politics are. I'm not even a political person, but I just think he's goofy. I just like that guy. Of course, he would do that. You know?
Exactly. Well, I felt bad. I was gonna say like the first thing that popped to my head is I was hanging around like a younger nephew, like I have like he's like what. I think like 3, but he just like showing people stuff, he'll like walk around showing people like, look at this.
Yeah.
And that's kind of how the vibes I got, look at this trophy. Look at this. Look at how great everything. I don't know.
I love that. Yeah. I love that. Like kids do that. That's funny. But yeah, kind of like that. Kind of has that that ism to it. SPY's trying to hold the bottom though. I mean, to me, this is kind of a double bottom in my opinion here, and right at the low of day earlier. So we wicked to new lows, but not for surely showing me extreme strength. I think we'll do that if we can candlestick back over 44.50, which we're failing at now. Yeah. I think that's going to be key. Then that'll show us some movement back up to the bullish side. But yeah, even your take on it, Ollie, I like I still see this overall just constructing like when I do my morning alerts. This is on a higher low pattern here. Like you said, we are on an uptrend channel. We're on the trend line. So this is definitely, in my opinion, toward the bullish side. Still see my 770s coming in. It's just having a lot of trouble in the 750s, close to 760. But we're due here in time to get that pop. We were talking about last week. I guess remember one of the days. I guess it was one of the days that Nas is always saying, "Hey, Josh, don't let the SPY do this out of the other." He wants that big day. He wants, and I think we all see it. And I think we even talked about it last week, saying it's probably not coming this week. And if it does, it's going to be later in the week after our big Wednesday and all the earnings we have on Wednesday, and then possibly it may not even happen until next week. So we have a couple of big weeks ahead for earnings, 100%. Steve, do you have any preview on today's earnings that happened earlier today? It's not really that heavy today. I know we don't really get heavy until tomorrow, but tomorrow we have some not only in the morning, but we have some in the afternoon. And then Wednesday into Thursdays where we really just have sprayed, a allotment, whether it's in pre-market or post.
Yeah, absolutely. It took me a while to find them. I think I just did. So yeah, we got a few bellwethers going on here today. I'd be happy to talk about them. We have, well, let's see. Do we want to start with the earnings? Do we want to end with the earnings? We could also just start with going around the horn, seeing what's happening overall in the indices, because I think that might be a little more interesting in terms of intraday price action. This stuff's not going to change any before the bell, if that makes sense, because I don't have anything on this morning's earnings. There wasn't anything really grabbing me. The ones coming up after the bell for sure, but we do have some cool stuff here if we want to get into this. How's that sound?
Are we still gonna live stream on this afternoon for earnings?
Oh yeah, of course, absolutely. It's just they're not going anywhere, right? They're probably going to be pretty boring to day trade, and I'm seeing not a ton of price action today. So maybe just giving people a little bit of an idea of where the money's moving, what is kind of the actionable areas of the market right now, because I'm seeing a few that are definitely more relevant than others.
Yes, yes, Shaw. You know it. I've been saying that. Yeah, that's funny, Shaw. I think are you on my live stream? Because I literally I felt like I said that earlier in the day. But yeah, Tesla. Yeah, Tesla. Give it to me. Give me 300 before 500. I've been screaming that for a while. It almost gave that to us not too long ago, Shaw. And then it made that move back on up. So it gave us what? Yeah, late June gave us 360s. I thought we had it then. Moved to 440s. Now we're back down at it again. Yeah, give me 300s. Give me 330s, 320s, Shaw. You know it. It's coming. It's coming.
I hope we get a little bit more of a dip. I want the 350s. If we get to 330s, I think that we might go a lot lower. Then we might be seeing like a real washout. But I don't know. Josh, this is I think what we drew about 1 or 2 Fridays ago. And I think it might be coming to fruition here. We're kind of cracking this trend line that everybody has watched out, or is watching, has marked out. And it makes me think maybe we just need to flush out, not enough to break the horizontal support of this prior swing low, but enough to break this diagonal support and scare people out of it before we go for that failed breakdown type look and push higher. So that's what I would like to see. I think everybody can make money on this trade when it's this volatile, or when it's been this tight for so long. You can get enough volatility where you can get the trade to the downside and a trade to the upside, if that makes sense.
Yep. 100.
To me, it looks hella weak.
You're not feeling it at all. I mean, today, absolutely very weak for sure. Especially when it started trying to break above. It even opened above the prior candle. And then just now clearly trading at the bottom of the day. Just weak all day long.
It's like
into this 5 minute.
On the daily, it's closing below or at least trying to close below the daily order block. And if it like stays below it, I mean, there's not much support until like hella low.
Hello. Hello, she
Hello.
said. And that's what we're doing, boo
Hello.
boo. We're
Yeah,
Maybe
cracking.
no,
We're doing
maybe
we're doing a Netflix.
362.
We're doing the Netflix.
don't say that. I mean, it's very possible this thing has bad numbers and the market's just expecting even worse, and we get one final flush out to that 350
Yeah,
level,
one,
and
yeah.
then we can start to move up. Because this thing doesn't really trade off the actual numbers. You know, it's not really about like how many cars they sold. Because let's be real, the cool thing about Tesla isn't their car numbers. You know, they're doing all sorts of weird, wild, wacky stuff with robots and you know, I don't know. They want to say they're what, an energy play now, a data center play almost. So they got a lot of fingers in a lot of pots, so to speak. We'll see
What
what the
about
market's actually responding to.
Hercules, real quickly before we get to the round the horn with Steve? Figma, Steve. Fig.
Yes, yeah.
Fig, I'm just real quickly. Beautiful overall. That W shape.
We're all over it.
Yeah. So go ahead, Steve.
Well, absolutely. I mean, you called it out, Josh. It's the W. So this is a big look that I look for in all of my higher time frame setups. And the gist is that you have a lower low that forms, it pushes up, kind of caps out in terms of the buying pressure, finds a seller, comes back and finds a buyer at a higher low there. So you look for basically a flip of these moving averages to get involved somewhere in that chop. And then you look for the same kind of thing once it breaks above the W to kind of add into the position if it is working. You look for a measured move to the upside, which in this case, we'll redraw this. Sorry about the lag here. Go from the middle there, drag it down to the low, to the bottom of it, and the 2 times the base measured move would put this at a crazy move up to about $39. Not unheard of considering this was an IPO during this software as a service apocalypse there. So it could have been pretty drastically oversold, and we're seeing this kind of across the sector. So I like that you're bringing this one up because this is where I wanted to move things anyway, talking about these software companies, because I think that they could be really ready to make a move off of a strong ServiceNow report this week. So Figma right here, I think this thing's going to be 50% higher in a year or so if all things go according to plan. Same kind of look in a lot of the sector. We can actually just pull up the whole sector and you can see how tight this is getting. I thought it was going to break out last week. I still think we're going to get this general move where this ends up being a higher low and overall. And I love, I mean, right now I'm just playing Microsoft and Palantir right now. Microsoft having a great day here, back over 400. Congratulations, Bulls, because you've been struggling here. I know it's been a tough hold. But man, I think it's about time for these to start working. Guys, what do you think about some of these software as a service names? Look at Palantir there. Didn't get this line, but I think it's ready to go.
Palantir looks pretty nice for a new high.
Yeah, I think it's been punished enough, and I wonder if it was paired with Hood for so long, Robinhood, in terms of just being 2 of the leaders in the kind of prior IPOs breaking out into new all-time highs space. And I just wonder if it's ready to start playing catch up. Because Hood had an amazing bounce off the lows. It went from like, I think 90 to 120 or so. So a nice 30% move or so there before it, let's see.
Yeah, I'm trying to get full screen Steve. There we go, full screen Steve. Trying to get your head full screen.
I'm so confused because I look at the studio mode and it's like, is that my screen? Because that's not what's on my screen. And then
I like it when it was just the one screen. I like when studio mode's off, and that way it makes it a little easier because you have to shift into one, then shift in the other, transition here, doing this, that, and the other. Yeah, I like PLTR. That dip down to 100 might be that bottom base, but I will say, don't be surprised if over time, if we can't reclaim some certain areas for PLTR. And for one of them, for me, it could come back up to that 125-ish area that we just cracked from.
Mm-hmm.
So,
okay.
Not 125. What was it? The 135. We're here again.
135. Yeah.
135, 139, 140 area. This has kind of been that key neck hold for it over the last about month and a half. I do like this. So I think that was the final dip down. Overall, I kept talking that one and MSTR to find their way to 100. MSTR found its way sub 100, which has been nice. But yeah, a couple of stocks that I think have been punished enough. I know MSTR is more related to Bitcoin, obviously, but just chart wise, PLTR. I'm not gonna lie though, guys.
Yeah.
When it comes to PLTR, long term, I don't know that it's kind of like Microsoft. I think we're gonna get a couple of fake out breakouts where Okay, here it goes. We're good to go now. And I know Steve doesn't want to hear that, but then we go back.
No, I believe you. I
I
mean,
feel like
this
the
was a
market's
big
been
false
doing that.
start. What was that? Oh, we got your back now.
I just feel like the market has been doing that in general. Like there's so many stocks that have been doing that where like it'll show you like, okay, it's ready, and then it tries, and then it just doesn't. I mean, the only one that I got like really excited on was last week. I forgot which one I was in.
Was it Walmart?
No,
Yeah.
That was a disappointing one off the 200, I will say.
no, it was a really good option that was it NVIDIA? It was one that was like actually running, and I was like, oh my God, this is really nice. Yeah, it was NVIDIA when I was in Vegas, remember?
Oh, yeah, this was a strong move last week.
Yeah, but then look, it just comes back, and it's like,
Back down, yeah.
Well, I think that was the long-term buy. I know it's no fun, but I think that yesterday, I did not buy it here, but this still was drawn out. Hey, wait for the back test here. And then it did do the thing, and now it is significantly higher, but it still isn't quite. I don't know. What is it waiting for? I think that a lot of these chip names, they need the kind of the narrative boost from the hyperscalers to announce this week. So Google, that's going to help a lot because they're going to be one of those big spenders, and we need to know that the big spenders are still spending as much as they said last quarter going forward. As long as they've just as long as they're on track so far on the spend, and more importantly, that forward guide is showing that capex is not going to be slowing down. It's going to keep ramping, which I definitely believe. Then I think that this whole trade can kind of reignite, and I would expect that that a lot of these sectors tied to that are going to be starting to do well again. So the SMH, the semiconductor trade, the photonics trades, I think some of the leaders in those space are starting to react positively there. There's Lumentum. We had some old scribbles there trying to figure out what it might do. This was the worst case bearish path. Jeez, guys. And it seems like it's trying to carve out, hold this higher low, or it is a lower low, but hold this kind of just general area of interest that we have drawn out here. I think it still is going to be just magnetizing around this big volume shelf until it makes a clear decision in terms of the fundamentals of the trade, where that capex spend is leading towards. But I mean, these all have significant room in terms of valuation. They're still very cheap if we get the growth that the bulls are expecting in this kind of AI infrastructure build out. That could definitely not come to fruition, but nothing is really broken that narrative so far, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, you're all over. We're in kind of a, well, it could do this. Well, it could do this. Well, this is worst case scenario. This is best case scenario, and so
into earnings, I mean, that's realistic, honestly, but I am bullish, so I will put my cards on the table there. I think that this does resolve upwards.
Bully. Real quickly, let me go over this. The earnings calendar. Guys, you got to have this. If you don't have the earnings calendar, you're missing out on life. And if you're missing out on life, well, what are we living under a rock? I mean, come on. This shows you every single ticker that's going to come out today, tomorrow, the next day, next week, right? We want to go to Wednesday. Look at Wednesday and Thursday. We are packed city limits. Did I just see Paramount Pictures? That look like Paramount Pictures. Like, what is this? We got them all, right? You can click on Google, and then you can do the prediction over here. Gives you more information, has the charts, got the metrics. Gives you, look at all this free breakdown that we're giving you. Then you open up the full page for Google if you want to. Boom shakalaka, bam to bam, and it gives you analysts estimates here, overall what you can expect for Google, and of course the chart. Guys, it's in the description. So if you want what I'm looking at right now, go to the description of today's live stream. What you will find is a link. That's right. Explore the earnings beat by Trade the Pool. You got to have it. If you don't have it, you're missing out on life. And I guess that means you're living under a rock down by the river. You're not even in a van. You're under the rock. I don't know what you're even doing. Small caps for the day. Yeah, we do have a few small caps to look at. You're crazy. You want to have fun. Better strap up the boots with ZYBT. This is
looks like another halt here.
Yes. I mean, look how many times we've halted just over the 240 break. 1 halt, 2 halt, 3 halt, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 halts since literally in the last hour, essentially. I mean, that is crazy sauce. This has literally in the last hour, this is a 3-minute time frame, but even if I went to a 1-minute time frame, there's not many candles right over the last hour. This is crazy. You're one that you can predict for a dump of Ruski, and she's already down more. Had Cash King, I think that's Paxton, if I'm not mistaken, here on today's live stream, talking about Bye-ya. And if you ever see BIYA, guess what you can count on by end of day? You can be going, bye-ya, as it dumps away. And there goes that shelf crack that was
Wow, look at that.
in my Discord from Mr. Cash King and Paxton. You want a slow and steady Eddie, and you just like a little bit of noise, but not a lot. You like just a little bit, but not a lot. This is your play. ACHR, slow and steady. We're staircasing up. I like dips back off this 515 into the VWAP at 510. This would be your dip area for ACHR. Or you can go get you an ACR Viper. That's right. American Championship or ARC or whatever they were called. But man, those Vipers. Scared. I've never driven one. But my gosh, I would love to have one of these. They're really hard to drive, I guess I've heard. They're really a lot of horsepower. It's all the real will. You got to know what you're doing. And then, yes, another slow one. I think AdVB's done, though. We talked about it to start the stream. I talked about all of these tickers. This is your key support node. We're trying to hold the top of it. Now we're coming down to the bottom of it. This is going to be it, my friend. If we crack this, Snowman, and you like to short stocks under 720, you can start to say bye to AdVB as well. But that's it. You like that? You like my bye?
That looks short. I do think you're right. I also like, yeah. It reminds me of like a cooking show. You're like Guy Fieri or something. You got your catchphrase.
Yeah,
so,
exactly. Yes. But I just need like what's his face and get my. I don't know if my soundboard works on the live stream, but I need to get my soundboard to work, and then I can start doing like bye.
But you are our soundboard. Aren't you worried about like job security? You are so good at that already. You know, like that's like a robot taking your job, dude. That's the real AI apocalypse coming. We gotta protect. Your noises are better anyway.
We should record my voice right now.
Oh, that's.
I actually have been recording today's live stream, so I've been recording all day, so I can actually make some clips of this.
Oh no.
Tyler says anything good today. Caught a nice move on Marvell from 193 to 201.50. Said
very nice.
So nice tie. Tie. Do we go by tie? Do we go by lure? Do we go by tie? Lure?
Yeah. You know, like most Tylers go by lure. That's what I'm gonna name my kid Lure.
Why? Well, cause tie lure. I forget the tie. It was all about the lure, baby.
Yeah, because it's all about that second half. You know, it's about finishing strong.
It'd be like, instead of calling me Jay for Josh and short, I'm like, yeah, don't call me Jay, call me Osh.
Jay Osh is pretty good though. You know.
Hey, look who's on the chat.
The J is silent. You know.
Jay, we got Jack in chat. We got Snowman. We got Delonte West. We got Nigel. We got Tyler. We got Jack in chat. Or is that Jack? That's Jack. We'll go with Jack. We got Los Polos.
Oh.
I'm working on that.
It's pollo.
Or whatever. All I know is I can say hermanos like it's going out of style. So, Los Hermanos, how you doing today, man? 55 double cinco.
We were so close to making progress. I want to talk AMC here. We got that one in the chat popping up. It's got some real nice room to go here, pushing out the high of the day on nice volume after earnings, which apparently were good. I don't even have numbers. I can find those for you if people care, but let's be real. I think we care about the price, guys, and we can fill the gap here pretty quick up to 272, I think, is the next big area. This is probably like, I mean, it is over its ATR move, but I think it's got room to go much higher with the earnings. So I'll have to get a little bit of color on what is happening there on the earnings call. All I'm really seeing, though, nice volume at the open.
Their big numbers, though, could be that their AMC Entertainment attracts more than 4.3 million. That's not even a lot. 4.3 million moviegoers worldwide as the Odyssey delivers the biggest opening weekend for an R-rated movie since 2024. Okay, it opened up to 124 million. Okay. Odyssey
I heard. It's so funny how this movie was so divisive. Like, it's like I only heard people either very angry at it before they heard anything about it, or people very angry at the people who were very angry at it. I was like, I just want to see if it's a good movie. I guess it was a good movie. People liked it, apparently. Good reviews. Great box office results. Who was it? There was some account on Twitter was like, it's bombed at the box office. I'm like, did it? See, I think it broke records. So what are the other plays that we can look at for kind of
continuation or sympathy plays there for the movies. That's what I always want to look for there. Any ideas there?
I honestly have no idea. Is there another entertainment movie? Well, I don't know. Dave and Buster's. I think they have a ticker. I'm just trying to think of something that's similar in the same sector.
Oh, I forgot that's publicly traded. I don't know. I'll come back to you guys in a little bit on ideas for that. But for now, I think that this one does have momentum to fill this gap here. So 272, that big volume spike up at 280. 285, and if it can clear that recent swing high, I mean, it did squeeze all the way up to $3. If you guys remember.
I see 263 and 290 for AMC to sweep the buy side liquidity.
Yeah, I like those. I like those levels for sure. So basically, where this mountain starts on the volume profile and the peak there, depending on how strong these buyers are. But it's not often you get to trade this one to the long side. So hey, if you like trading it, I take advantage, I guess. Interesting stuff there.
Double beats. So we do have double beats today on AMC. So we do have got positive earnings. They projected 1.47 bill and they got 1.597, so they beat pretty decently there. And then you get, which is crazy to think about that. Then you do have not only earnings come out today, but then this weekend do have one of the bigger movies releases of the year with The Odyssey. So that double whammy there helps out AMC, in my opinion, for sure today.
And I bet I wouldn't be surprised if the last quarter was better than expected in terms of a number of people coming into the movies, because there was some really good horror movies. I know Obsession, amazing reviews there. I'm still waiting to see it myself, and also Hokum with what's his face from Severance.
Obsession. If you see Obsession before you see Fifth Element. Let me tell you something right now.
I didn't want to bury the lead.
Click the song because it's free or whatever on whatever app. I'm going to wait for it to be free, so it's free out of all the apps we have. We're not paying for movies anymore. If I don't want to watch it, we ain't paying for it. We'll pay for a $20 movie. Yeah, Obsession. Tell me about it. That movie was terrible. It was great. It was not great. It was terrible.
Not great. Wow. All right.
Okay. It doesn't even have a storyline.
Tell her to come say hi.
Hey, that is as much high as you're gonna get from Avery right there. There's my dude. Did you even see her face or just see her body?
Both.
Okay, I couldn't see if you actually see her face, but yeah, I couldn't tell. But yeah, that movie. I saw the end of it, and I'm like, what is even going on with this movie?
No spoilers.
Oh no, there are no spoilers. I promise.
It was a great movie. I liked it.
You liked it, but see, everybody's seen it except for me. That's my bigger.
What's so great about that movie then? What story? What did you take away from that you actually that you learned from that maybe 3 hours later meant something to you?
Why is that even a question? Like, why can't I just enjoy the movie?
Impossible.
What was so good about it? That's my point. There was nothing good about it. Here she comes again. What was good about it?
She's like,
what was good about it?
Storyline.
The storyline was good.
Yeah, you didn't see the beginning.
Because you go make a wish.
She was such a cool girl.
What is?
Yeah.
All right, wait. So is this a split decision in the household? There, it's one and one.
What does she think about the Fifth Element?
Hey, what do you think about the Fifth Element?
She's like, yeah, get me out of here.
What? Who? Okay, and who has a better storyline, to be honest, in the end, the Fifth Element or Obsession?
I like any scary movie, so you can't tell me.
She's with me.
In the Fifth Element with Lilu and the whole thing that they have to do to save the world. Okay, well, let's stop talking movies and start talking stocks again before I get an outrage over here.
Taku is saying, "I sound like his teenager."
You sound like a what?
Like
kinda. So you sound kind of do. You kind of sound like maybe you're going through your
voice is cracking.
Yes. And it kind of also reminds me too, like, because sometimes how I've been there before, to where like but it sounds like you're listening to a radio station and the reception's going in and out, to where like some words aren't that loud and then some are like really clear and loud.
Yeah, I lost my voice last week.
Yeah, so there you go, guys. She's lost her voice. She's being a badass and getting on the stream today with us. And yeah, she's doing good. She's a baller.
Yeah, I'm not sick or anything. I just can't talk normal.
Yeah, and the Fifth Element is definitely more common a comedy. Yeah, it's action, but it's got comedy in it too. Obviously, we got Chris Tucker in it. Like Jack
I
says,
think
Fifth Element is a comedy. Think of it that way.
maybe if they remade it like more modern, I would watch it, but I just couldn't.
No, no.
Delicate Attack. Yeah, exactly.
Attention.
What was that from? Strip club yelling. I wonder is what all that came from. She said I lost it in Vegas. I wonder how in Vegas because she was
First of all, why would I be yelling at a strip club? No.
at the ladies. You're yelling at them. Get it, girl. You take them on. You dance man. You tap. You get there. You do it. I don't know.
No,
True.
I'm not,
I usually not yelling.
I'm gonna pull a Cardi. I don't dance now. I make money move.
All right. Oh, you do make money moves. I love it. I love it. I love it. Jack says, "Z, what you halted hard 5 or 2?" Oh yeah. Yeah. It's one of those things. Honestly, with that play ZYBT, it's gonna have its death dooming in. But as long as this is held up today, I think ZYBT holds up. Honestly, Jack. Honestly, through Power Hour, I think it was one of these ones where come back later in the day for earnings, we'll have this place still halting up and down, and probably maybe making the new highs up to 5s, like you were saying, or higher. This is definitely heading up. Now we are in a halt fest here, but this reeks of it's just going to continue possibly to 5. So yeah, I would just. What's that little line you got there, Stan? The line there, Steve. What's that too?
Sorry.
What's that area?
Sorry, it's a little jagged here. I'm trying to get it to scale better, but this purple here is essentially the high volume node that was essentially like right where it kind of consolidated after it opened, whenever this thing launched its IPO a long time ago. So this is where it kind of has a lot of price history, price memory. You can even see, I'm going to draw this just a little bit up to capture some of these bottom wicks. I know you like the multiple touch areas there. So that's kind of where I'd be looking at as the next stop. I think you said, you mentioned 5, and that's right about there, give or take, just a little bit higher. So it would make sense to me if this thing is halting up here at the very top of the shelf. I mean, bears better step in. Otherwise, this thing's a bottle rocket. This is a very easy target, and I think this thing could potentially go for this bigger volume shelf. I think that's probably where it's heading, this $9 area, if it can get through. The other way you can look at it is, hey, if it loses this area, this is where I'd want to cap it if I was a bear, at the top of this volume shelf. Otherwise, much higher as possible. If you do get a hold of it, though, we can get rid of all of this momentum, smack it all the way back down as well. So big volatility coming in. That's what I would expect on this. In the next, what would you say? What's the timeline in your book? That's where I'm not as sure. Basically, I can kind of anticipate where I think it would tag on either side, but it's harder for me to predict just how fast. Oh, it looks like it's unhalted here. Going into the 1 minute, we just caught this unhalt.
The thing will help this though, like being like what time and how long is the halts? Because now we're about to halt down. And so this play probably, like I said, just continues to halt up and halt down until it hits that area and finally sees that consistent halting down sell-off. Because, we're just in a halt fest, right? Oh, no, now we're fake halt.
No, it's not halted.
We call it a fake halt down, but now we're running back into it again. So we're hitting that LULD to the bottom side here. I would imagine we stay into it and we'll halt down here coming up. I'm looking at the timer. Now we've got less than 5 seconds. It should halt down here in 3.
Why is that question still on the screen? We already talked about it.
What question?
That is, is it still on the screen?
It's not anymore.
I was gonna say that's just the studio. Oh, nope, that's definitely not. Production value.
All right, here we go. Josh, World Cup bet $10 Spain to profit 16. Also one of those. Nice catching up there. Got a little. Hey, and it's crazy how you go from a 6-4 barn burner third place game to a 0-0 all the way into extra time for the next. And I had a feeling when we had that crazy barn burner Saturday, I'm like 6-4 in a World Cup game. I was like, hey, I was like, these guys just must be tired or something. And I was like, watch tomorrow. Now it'll be 0-0. We'll go to PKs or something along those lines. And we about did, but it was still 2 good games. It was cool to see England get out big time and France make that comeback. And we kind of went to the end there till England finally put them away. 6-4. It was 4. Did you see that game, Steve?
Yeah, it was a blast. That one was so entertaining to watch. I was really disappointed at halftime, going like, man, I just wanted a really good game. And then I was like, man, did that deliver? Oh, yes. I watched it till the end. Yeah. That was awesome.
And then yesterday was fun too to see back and forth. And Argentina could not get a shot on goal, but Spain just kept firing away. And it just reminds me of a stock 3rd touch, 4th touch, 5th touch. Keeps knocking, Steven. What eventually happens, and me and Avery both said it. Spain's going to finally put one in that net, and there's no way they don't at this point. Like I don't see unless
that really. Mm-hmm.
No, it's just such a great analogy because that really is what happens, right? Because at some point, one's going to slip through. At some point, you're going to get your kind of foot through the door, and then it's just momentum, and momentum is such another key factor. You saw that with Spain. They were not letting the ball get into their side of the map. Every time Argentina would finally they would win the small ball, right? It's like you could get a small green candle, but are you actually doing anything with it, with that effort? Just like we talk about effort versus results, they would finally clear the ball right to Spain, right back into their side of the field. There was just no relief, and I think that's what it's all about with price action too. So very interesting how relevant that is.
But he put on a hell of a match there. Delonte, however many I think it's a World Cup record for however many saves he had. So he can only do so much till the other, and that's he's like, hey, offense, help me out. Get the ball on the other end of the pitch. Put some freaking shots on their goal.
That shot was pretty sick, though. I'm not gonna lie. It was like a clear, beautiful open shot for him.
Yeah.
Oh,
it was a great shot.
SPY here, still trying to get that now triple bottom going on. It depends on what time frame you're on here, but she's still finding that lows of the day and still moving back on up.
I would not be surprised to see it kind of reach back towards this VWAP here. It's not the biggest target, but there's some room on there, so you can look to buy the dip, maybe into that previous high, maybe into a moving average as it comes up. But I think there's probably another dollar left in this move. There's a potential for that higher low to really see the turnaround this week, but I'm just wondering if we're really ready until like Wednesday is when I really expect the market to kind of make its decision.
Steve, I know you have a little bit. We'll have still about 6-7 minutes here. Let's go ahead and real quickly go to BIYA. Let's go to BIYA. Yeah. Let's go to that real quick.
Whoa, you know what it's doing. Bye. There you go. That was your.
Yeah. I was looking for that. And then this right here. All right. Now get to your recap. I know we're going to get into that, and then we moved away from it. Yeah. So we had fun, and we're talking about movies, and then Obsession. I'm going, oh my God, you got to be kidding me. That movie. Wait till you see it, Steve. It is a barn burning crazy one. I'll tell you that. Go ahead. Give us your quick little recap. You got about 6 minutes here.
Right on. So we were a little bit green on SPY. Now I believe sitting about. Let's double check on in with it. Basically, the gist is no major move for the day. Small bounce, but it hasn't confirmed anything too crazy. Sitting up 0.2% on the day currently. So we were looking for basically a bottom to kind of be put in and for definitive buying to come in. We'd like to see it front running the earnings, but it's understandable that we're waiting for that to kind of be the pivot point in my book. So decent catch on SPY, better look on Qs, and that is what we like to see. So SMH and IGV both contributing to this move for once, and this is what I really like to see, the breadth kind of widening in the tech space, and this is I think really healthy to see them kind of not completely counteracting each other, and both you can see in this 5-day trend turning up, although of course IGV still showing that nice outperformance versus SMH. We'll go back to those full charts real quick just to check in on them in the last hour or so. SMH hanging out, looking relatively constructive, but still not showing really definitive strength. What I would really like to see is breaking through this high a day towards the close. IGV here, much stronger intraday, and that is what I like to see in the last half hour. So it does seem like the rotation trade's still in effect with that relative strength going into the tech, the software. So a lot of my favorite names, my favorite charts right now are in this space. I think we mentioned Palantir one more time. Yeah, we did. Yeah, that one's looking really nice. A few others that get a little less mention here that look really strong. IoT, this one breaking a long-term downtrend. This one's really, really pretty in my book, and could be starting to break a high time frame pattern too of this kind of cup and handle from the IPO base. So really liking the look on this IoT. Another one, Atlassian, I think this is. Yes, Atlassian putting in a potential higher low as well. I think there's a lot of room on some of these charts, as well as some of the laggards in the software as a security. I'm sorry, software as a cybersecurity space. So YOU, this one's compelling. Zscaler, definitely been lagging the leaders on the way up, like CrowdStrike, but still putting in a potential higher low here. And I think these are where a lot of the best opportunities in the market lie in terms of risk-on moves. Here's NTNX, been talking about this one for a few weeks off and on, and this one's starting to find some traction as well. So thinking this is the kind of area we should be looking for strength. Semiconductors, they can do what they want. I'm not really convinced, especially with the strength in energy still looking a little bit spooky here. So that's the next area I want to talk about real quick. That is energy not letting go yet, and for good reason. We saw more escalation this weekend. Iran struck a ship, killing some U.S. soldiers, and I believe Trump made a direct response to that. For every, we can actually get his direct quote: "Every time Iran kills an American soldier, they will pay for that killing many times over." So basically hinting at further escalation, further continued conflict, and we are seeing the market continue to price that risk in. So we'll continue to watch these as the biggest kind of drivers, I think, in price movement right now. A few other things to talk about. Just looking at the divergence here. Technology doing its best to roar back, but still seeing just no real kind of broad-based strength in a lot of the other sectors. XLF just been flat. Continued after that bank earnings. We got to kind of see the direction they want to break. We're still in a bigger kind of pennant, overall in a lot of these indices. So I'm just basically trying to kind of get people ready for the fact that if anybody's telling you they know which way we're going to move from here, they're lying to you. We just really have to be good traders and play what we see and not what we want to happen. So that's what I got there, guys. The biggest mover today that I'd say is like drastically bullish besides software, China. Baba's looking amazing off the back of Kimmy's K3 release. So there's a slam dunk position trade. Just buy all dips in Baba because that's looking like it's bottoming.
One guarantee I will give is BIYA. You can continue to say BIA. This play will just continue to dump. We may see a bounce, but that's one I'll say BIA. It's halted down right now, by the way. That thing is just nasty. Los Hermanos, as I will call him, it says, Steve, I remember you saying inverse head and shoulders forming on Bitcoin over the past month on the 1-day time frame. Looks like it's about to break to the upside.
Finally ready? Let's take a look.
There you go.
Yeah, and I was saying basically we get that or we get this doodle, which is what I wouldn't want to see, and luckily it looks like we're not getting this where we kind of fell off there. Nice kind of fake breakdown. And that makes me happy. I love getting to delete these drawings where I'm wrong, because that means that, hey, the easier money is much more likely setting up here. So I like the inverse head and shoulders like we apparently I was talking about before. I talk about so many charts. I remember Ethereum being my favorite, but basically very similar chart, I'm sure. Either way, does look like these are trying their best to bottom, and yeah, I think that they're a good place for some risk as well. Kind of following the same trend as the same themes as the software as a service, right? Just unloved sectors that are still squarely risk on. So I think that there's a lot of potential here, and I'd love to see some continuation. One more chart for y'all, Duolingo. Look at that. That's pretty interesting, right? Looks like I might try to do a little squeeze move up to this 200-day. Looks similar to the solar charts before they did their little squeeze a couple months ago. Where was it? Maybe it wasn't Solar Edge. Well, one of those solar companies looked very similar to this one before it popped. Maybe Enphase. Either way, I think there's room. Maybe I was thinking about it right here, kind of squeezing into this neckline before a big explosive move. Either way, I think there's some good room on these software names, especially the ones that really got punished, like that Duolingo. That's what I'm looking at this week. You guys ever do any of the Duolingo?
Yeah, I speak a little Spanish, a little Italian here and there.
Nice. Yeah, my mom's learning like 8 different languages. I don't know how much she's actually learning, but every time I talk to her, she's like, yeah, now I'm learning Mandarin. Now I'm learning Hebrew. Now I'm learning. I'm like, when are you going to use these? It's cool though. It's definitely fun. So they've gamified knowledge.
Yeah, well, real quickly here, let's go. 2 last ones in FSLR for Mr. Canyon from Steve. So FSLR, maybe that's the one he was talking about that maybe looks similar. I don't know, but he was talking about First Solar. Maybe at least wants to know
nice.
about it, possibly.
Nice coast-to-coast move there. Yeah, we were looking for the long up to that 306 level. That looks like roughly where it topped out. I haven't checked in with this one in a while. Definitely a little bit tougher than a lot of the other sectors. At one point, we were a lot more bullish, and we thought that this thing was going to hold the price at the high of the range. I don't like kind of moving my lines very often, so you can see definitely didn't play out how I would like. Maybe this range is a lot wider that we're chopping in, and this does resolve higher in the long term. But this one's not easy. I am bullish solar just overall. I think that probably we have hit a bottom. The market's forward looking, and I think solar companies probably going to do better under a less conservative administration, which is what I would definitely anticipate at this point with how the pendulum and the polling has been shifting into midterms so far.
And one last one there, Mr. Jaxus soon. SUNE, it's dead as can be today, and really just here recently has had some moves, but I'm not the biggest fan of SUNE. It looks like it wants to crack Friday's low. I would see this play under 225, which is also the kind of the low from Thursday before last, where it really bounced off, and that's what we've been holding. Under 225, she's heading all the way back down to 185, maybe lower, and it needs to, has to, got to get back above 285 into 3. Then we're talking, then we're rolling and going. And until then, she's a dead ticker, and she probably fades right back to where she came from. Just going back and looking at that chart too, which I know I've traded SUNE. The multiple pops that we've had here recently, it likes to pop, and then what does it do? Every single time. Look at February. Pops, goes right back down to where it came from. March, pops. By finally April, goes back to where it came from. April, pops. By May, goes back to where it came from. June goes crazy up to 9. Guarantee you in the end, once we crack down, we're going to hit 185 again. Under that, we could maybe come all the way back. Where do we keep resetting at? Right around 115, 120. That's where she's headed back to.
Yeah. No, I definitely agree. This looks like a chart of broken dreams, right? Every single time it looks good, they're just like, no. This is a piggy bank. We just cashed out. You can bag hold this. We're going to send it back down to the support. Then we can run it up again. This definitely looks like not a reputable investment long term. This looks like a crime chart to me. Like they're just going to keep cashing out every time this thing pops. Push it back down to that reset level until something materially changes with the underlying fundamentals of the business at the very least there. Definitely with
Tonight on Crime Stocks Watch with Steve, we've got SUNE, AREB, and the most infamous of them all, TCGL. Tonight, join us at 9 p.m. Eastern. Stocks on watch, or crime stocks on watch. Crime stocks on watch.
I like it. It does feel like we should have like a top 10 most wanted or something, because they're repeat offenders. They're ones that just keep on doing the same thing, and at some point, fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, 3 times, 4 times. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe maybe we should do something about that. But what can you do?
I used to love watching the show, but America's Most Wanted tonight on America's Most Wanted Stocks with Steve. yeah, exactly. Steve McGruver. There we go. Steve McGruver. Who's that? Steve MacGyver. MacGyver. Come on, Tack. Come on. You got to learn how to spell MacGyver if we're gonna talk about.
That was right.
Now, well, that's the way you think it would spell. This is how you spell MacGyver, guys. This is how you spell it properly. Gee, golly almighty.
Oh my God.
Josh, by the way, I think we were getting some delay there in the comments, because now I'm seeing comments coming in saying, they were guessing our solar names. Here, they're screaming at their screens right now, going, come on, we don't care about this trash. We're trying to talk about the trash you were talking about. So sorry about explaining something there that you weren't even interested in. But that is kind of the name of the game with solar. There's a lot of trash in that sector. There's only a few that I'm interested in. But hey, I think there are better days ahead for the sector as a whole, so maybe worth sifting through in the next couple months here.
If I'm growing the MacGyver haircut, I gotta know at least how to spell my name, So
okay.
Come on. All right, guys, don't forget earnings. It is a little bit slower today, I know that, but we still got Steel Dynamics. Steve's gonna be back here this afternoon with Alejandra. I'll try to pop in for a few minutes as well. We'll talk earnings, and then he's gonna really also help you out for tomorrow. He's gonna probably preview the big tickets for tomorrow into Wednesday, Thursday. We've got a big week ahead, so there's a lot to talk about. Don't forget, we will be doing earnings. Join us back here. Steve, do you have a certain time you're going to start today? We're going to start 30 minutes after Power Hour, right at Power Hour. When do you want to start?
Let's start right at Power Hour.
You want to start right at Power Hour? I'm fine with that. If Alejandro, you want to come help?
Yeah, because I have to leave at 1.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so you can take the first shift, and Josh, you can come in maybe at the turn of the hour or earlier if you want, of course. Then we can have at least 2 people on for let's start at 3 o'clock, then just go on through the end of the cash session. Sound good?
Okay, sounds good.
All right.
Don't forget, guys, smash that like button. 50 likes on today's live stream. We give a 25K eval away in that earnings stream. So come on over later today, and if you're still around right now, smash that like button right now. Shaw, Tack, come on now. Every time you get here, Tack, that should be the first thing you do. Shaw, Jack, Nigel, every single one of you, smash that like button. Let's get it to 50. Let's give away a 25K eval. Until then, we'll see you guys back up. We'll put the scanners up for now. I'll see you guys back here in just a bit.
Good. See you guys.
Bye, guys.
See you guys soon. Whoa, I'm live. What's up, guys? I don't know what. I didn't do anything. Sounds good.
All right. Back to me. It's just a me. Just to me. Just to me. And of course, my phone autocorrects scanners to scammers. Can you get some scammers up? That's not what we want. We don't want scammers. That's not at all what we want here. All right, anyway. Boom. Let's go back. There we go. There it is. Boom. It's just me. Mitchell was awesome because he was so sloppy. Mitchell. Who's Mitchell? We're talking about Money Mitch? We're talking about Money Mitch. Money Mitch. Money Mitch. All right, so we'll get that going in a minute. Detective. Oh, the detective. Josh, I always do that. We're talking about Shaw. What we talking about, Shaw? Always do what? What was I talking about that you always do? SPY, look at this. Right at the key area we were talking about earlier team. Right at that 45-20 handle, kind of right through this area. This was the first area to get through, 45.50. We got through it. This is my second area to get through. Now we're failing at it. So again, I think SPY probably overall. Merlin, will you stop licking my freaking fingers, brother? We got the low of day figured out, right? This is going to be our new channel area. Our new channel area at 45.20. 45.20, 43.50, 60 area or so. We're just really I would say nice W, but we are just channeling up. Once we get through this 45.20 mark, watch for move back up somewhere right around this 46 area. This is the year I think Steve was talking about earlier, saying I think we have about a whole nother dollar to go. We were somewhere in the 44.80, 70, somewhere in there. And I liked it. I think we can easily get back up to 46, but we got to hold the top of the neckline of the W right here, right around that 44.50 mark. We hold 44.50, we're good for more continuation. And like I talked about, boom shakalaka, bye. Count it out. Watch for some more movement. This play most likely heads back down into the twos. This play is very, very bearish. I love this crack of this support node right at the whole round number of 5. It's been an absolute dump fest since then. I was looking at other tickers here. I'm telling you, this play too. This dude, ZYBT. We talked about it earlier. I think this play is going to be on high watch. Well, come on and go in already. ZYB. Can I type it in already? All these dogs want dad's attention right now. I feel like I have like a bunch of 4-year-old, like 3-year-old, 5-year-old kids. Watch for this to push to 5. Me and Steve and I both talked about it. Watch for this push to 5. It's hard to trade. It's very halty. But this play, my point being, if you're going to short it, please be careful. Get in and out of it. I know we have to worry about that 30-second rule here. We'll trade the pool. And this is really typically when it gets to this halt fest, as I call it, I just don't trade it. The halt's up and down too much, a little inconsistent. And if you did trade it, you're trading it for bulks, multiple halts. You know, you're going long now for the move to 5, and you're going to sit for maybe a few halts up and a few halts down, essentially. So we got scanners back up. I think potentially, Joe, Ayush, I think we're good to rock and roll. Speaking of losing your voice, I better not lose mine. You better not jinx that over to me. Cool, scanners. He's good. We're good to go. Good to go. All right, we'll be back here in just a bit. They're going to come back. Steve, Alejandro are going to come back here in about 50 minutes to have you guys covered in Power Hour. I think Ollie's going to have to step out, which I didn't know. But again, I'm surprised she's even going to go on the stream because of her losing her voice. So I will then have to come in and back up when she does leave. Scanners are up now. I'll see you guys back here in just a bit. You guys stay tuned. Smash that like button. And don't forget to sign up to that description that's in the link today, please. You guys, it says everything you need when it comes to earnings. We have the Beat the Earnings, right? By Trade the Pool. This is beautiful. I'm going to show this off yet again. Look at this. Every single day. You are prepared ahead of time on what earnings are coming up. You click on it. You can also participate in the challenges that we have each day. So this is really cool. Make sure you click on that link that's in the description. As soon as you open this page, sign on up. You can join for free. You're ready to rock and roll for all of earnings. And this is going to be earnings from here out. This isn't just earnings for this earnings report. We're going to have earnings moving forward for Q3, Q4, you name it. We got it for you. All right, I'll be back in a bit. Steve and Ollie back in about 45, 50 minutes. Until then, scan us, baby.
What is up, traders? It is Steve Talman here with Trade the Pool. We are here at Power Hour, but we don't have much power to talk about, at least not yet. Let's walk through what we're seeing so far on SPY today. We'll go into the other indices real quick, talk about some of the big movers. I know we have some gap ups, some halters, that ZY, BT worth talking about for sure. I want to check in around the horn, see what the big movers are doing. So far, not a lot of action here, and it seems like the name of the game is waiting until earnings come in about midweek. So if you're a large cap trader, maybe not the most exciting time, so we'll keep an eye on the smaller cap stuff. We are going to have Alejandro joining shortly and Josh coming in for the actual earnings report. So we're going to be here for a couple hours, guys. Get comfy, get a snack, get a beverage of your choice, and hunker down because we got some stuff to talk about. I'm thinking we start just right with the indices. We got the pop in the morning, decent volume, not a ton to talk about besides the fact that we cleared out this kind of multi-range area, multi-point peak that we had formed on Friday. We had tried to break above this multiple times before fading into the bell on Friday. This morning we swept all that liquidity out and found new sellers. As we can see midday, that same level of interest that was having trouble we were having trouble getting through on Friday, well, that's where we failed again, and so far that was all she wrote. So this, no coincidence, this aligns with 0 gamma today, and the idea here was if we can get above and hold above, then we can be in for a nice, easy, steady dip buy kind of day. We had room above, and if we look at maybe an hourly, it'll show you that, you know what, hey, if we could get over that pivot, that purple zone, we could very well be in the higher low of this whole prior couple weeks of price action, and we could get a nice continuation move up to some of these higher volume nodes up here in the 7530, 7540, 7570 areas. But it was all contingent on holding over that 7500, essentially. Okay, so now that we've kind of showed the context of why we were looking for the upside, let's show what happened when we failed to get it. So remember, over 0 gamma, price gets easier to control. It's less choppy. You're basically able to buy the dip. You got smooth sailing ahead. Under the 0 gamma, you get very choppy Cs, and that's what we saw, right? This rejection really led to an expansion in volatility. How we can kind of visualize that as well as we can overlay VIX. And there you have it. So right when it rejected here, you can see volatility pick up and stay up. And now it's getting higher and higher, and it does look like we might start to see some continuation to the downside. All right, so now that we know why we're kind of seeing more volatility, let's start looking for targets. So I'll give you all a little sneak peek, something I've been working on. This is a new app launching very soon, Gamma Tide. Get ready. What we're going to be seeing here is a really comprehensive gamma tool that can show us intraday exactly where price may be heading. What I wanted to just show you right now is we are seeing just basically all of the in-the-money price action, all the in-the-money contracts are getting sold. So you can see there's less and less and less of those from the 15 minutes prior, and we can see that buyers are getting active in the 7,400 and below range into the end of the week here. So just to note that buildup of the negative gamma as we start to kind of push down below off of that 0 gamma. You can see that 0 is the stair step in line here that we talked about. This is the afternoon fade that we just talked about on the other chart. And as we fall down here, we are seeing this big node get tested and some of these ones below start to grow bigger. Just things to keep an eye on and watch out for. Really quickly, just going to check in and see if there's any notable nodes. Oh, we got company. Who's in here? What's up, Alejandra? How you doing?
It's me. I'm good. How are you?
Oh, you sound better. You been drinking tea?
Something like that.
Or whatever Josh's patented technique was. I don't know what he was on about this morning, but he had some ideas. I've never heard that in my life. If you say so.
No, but I actually do my own like gua sha on my neck and my clavicle to like make my neck look tighter and toner. It makes your jawline pop.
Oh, you gotta have your jawline pop. That's to frame mog all these other streamers. Otherwise, what are we doing? Oh
Okay,
man,
so
have you?
I'm officially convinced that we are bears. Like This is not gonna hold.
No, it looks terrible. Absolutely. Yeah, sorry. You kind of are given like Marge Simpson here a little bit, you know, but we can work with it. I just have to stop being a jerk, stop making fun of you. Have you taken any trades today?
I took a trade, but I got stopped out.
Oh man, was that this morning?
Yeah, longs.
Yeah. Understandable. Yeah, it seemed like it was getting up and going. We were talking about how this pivot we were trying to hold above in the morning and then just failed, back tested and continued on the rejection party so far. So not the best look for longs. I am a little disappointed as well. I took a $20 stop loss because I thought that maybe this move would stick and I front ran it. So that's what I get for,
Yeah,
for trying to get a little bit of.
I was up like $200 and then I thought that we would go to the 29,464 level. And I added as it was going my way. And I really don't like to add. It's either I'm all in or don't add. Because if you add, it's going to move your average. And my OCD is like, I need to have like perfect entries. So I told the chat, I was like, okay, I'm not going to add because I don't want to move my average. And then I'm like, I'm adding.
Oh no.
I added. And then like it gave me one move, like one 1 minute move. And then all of a sudden it just like got rejected. And I'm just like, oh my God, you gotta be kidding. There's no fucking way. Like this is gonna pull back. And then like I'm under drawdown, I'm negative. I'm like, I didn't even move my risk into break even. So I ended up taking a loss.
Yeah, it can happen fast. And that's the hardest thing I think is not necessarily finding the setup, but just like when the setup breaks, being able to kind of call that, very fast without that loss kind of snowballing. Because some setups in particular are really prone to when they fail explosively. So as we can see, just NQ here, when this one was failing to break higher, after kind of sweeping prior areas of interest, especially that pre-market swing high with a lot of velocity in the first couple minutes, man, it really just catapulted its way all the way back down to the pre-market VWAP, and then even below that, really didn't even give much of it was a decent bounce, but you never were going to get back to break even if you were trying to play the breakout from like the morning kind of 15-minute orb, for example, because that's a tough look when you have, I'll draw that out, when you have the top of the 15-minute orb all the way up here, and then you try to play the breakout. So you say, all right, candle close above and a back test held nicely. All right, I want to play the extension. We have room to the upside. Well, it gives you a lot of room to the downside too when the bottom of that 15-minute range is way the heck down at the open there. So this one's tough. This one's tough for sure. And I think that it goes to show that going into earnings week, you can just kind of expect more and more manipulation. So like in the first, I'd always be more inclined to kind of not trust or look to fade the opening range move, that opening first 15 minutes to half an hour move, just because they tend to stick a lot less less often when there's a big binary catalyst later in the week, because they want to look like they're going to go and make the front run move, but very often they're going to kind of wait. Adrian's mentioning, though, it is just kind of a weird day. Good to see you in here, by the way. You as well, Snowman, and everybody else. Yeah, it's just a little bit strange. We have very strong moves in the Neo Clouds. So, Adrian, I'm not actually sure what the news is. We can find out together, or you can just you can spoiler alert me there. I would assume that there was some big announcement that I'm missing to see them all push this strongly. We are just seeing the AI trade in a mean reversion across the board. We can look at SMH holding, well, actually interesting to see at the low of the day, while definitely it feels like there's some decoupling going on with those neo clouds. I wonder how Meta is doing. Really nice daily candle here, and it gave another entry off the 200 day as well. I think Meta is an amazing long-term stock, long-term hold buy right now, so big fan there. But yeah, what else is going on? It's a little bit of an all over the place kind of day. We see software as a service still holding very strong into the close, or towards the close here, over its key moving averages that we're kind of rejecting into Friday's weak price action into the close. But still, 2 days of relative strength in this higher low formation here, this lower volatility pullback over the past week or so, as opposed to the
I
much.
actually really like Meta too.
Right? It looks good, right? Not so bad. ZYBT looks like that one opened and immediately halted. Let's take a look at that one. Whew. This one is a wild. This is
So,
one.
question for all of you with my beautiful voice. Steve, you can answer first, but then I would like the chat to answer. I want to know because everybody treats different, right? And we're all unique in some kind of way, and everybody has a different personality as far as time wise and how we trade and everything, fundamentally or technically. I want to know if you guys trade anything that presents itself that looks good for a potential good move, or do you guys just stick with specific markets or specific tickers or assets, because I'm finding now that I'm streaming futures in the morning, and then we talk about just regular assets after morning. It makes it kind of hard for me to look at a lot of different charts rather than just focusing on my futures chart, which is MNQ, gold, silver, and oil. Because for me, I'm getting used to how they move. And personally, I like Asia session because it just moves way slower and I'm able to interact with my crew. But I just don't think that's gonna happen anymore for me because I'm getting really overwhelmed with streaming in the morning and streaming at night.
Right.
I just feel like I have no life. And so
Yeah, you don't.
we do this to have freedom, right? We don't want to overwhelm ourselves with so many different assets because there's opportunity everywhere. So I just want to know, do you guys focus on one thing, one market, or how do you guys trade? And Steve, obviously you can go answer first.
That's a great question, and I think that it's important to have the nuance of you have to have a trading routine which matches the life that you want to live, right? So basically, there's always going to be a trade, and I know some people, some that I consider good friends, that have a real hard time having a healthy relationship with the market in that way. They always want to be in every trade. If they're not trading the cash session, they're trading the futures market. If the futures market's closed, they're trading crypto. They're always looking for something to trade. And I find that, not going to be an armchair psychologist, but I find the people who seem to be happiest in life also tend to be the ones who aren't looking at candles every second of the day. So even it's not about how much you love this or how dedicated you are. You'll trade better if you're not always looking at the screen. So it's important to have your own free time. It's important to have a healthy, work-life balance there, especially if you're working a day job. So if you're working a day job, I would recommend finding how much kind of extracurricular time you can handle without burning out. So how much can you trade? It's probably start with one session outside of your work hours. If you're working 9 to 5 and can't trade the cash session, that's fine. Trade Asia like Alejandro did. But if you are able to trade the cash session, if that is when your work schedule allows you to, then I highly recommend you learn how to trade that, because that's how you're going to make the most money the fastest. It's how the moves play out the fastest because they're the highest liquidity, especially if you're a scalper, if you're a day trader, anything like that. So Alejandro, you're in the interesting position of actually having your work not only allow you to trade, but encourage you to trade during the cash session. Not only that, you have to be up and you have to be looking at the markets at this time. So probably there's going to be a lot of opportunities that you'll be able to capitalize on that otherwise you wouldn't be able to, right? Oh, looks like we got an unhalt here on ZYBT. We're watching this one here. We are unhalted at 535 is what I have the current price at. So let's see how far this one gets. This was our first major target to take profit into, this big band. That's what we were calling out from, what, $3 here? So man, what is that move? It might not look that big on this chart, but that's a 50% move we called out here on Trade the Pool in just about an hour. So congratulations, not Jesse, was he in it? Josh was probably in this one for sure, and anybody else who caught this one. I think Jack in the chat. So interesting stuff, seeing just how strong this is and how there's no quitting it so far. Interesting. I'm seeing the bid and ask spread incredibly tight, flat. So this may be halted, and I'm just not seeing it yet. We shall see shortly. Still seeing this ticker on TradingView here, so usually that means it is still open. We shall find out. We shall find out. Whew. This is a wild one even to watch. How many gaps in a row was this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 here. Crazy stuff.
Yeah, see, I used to play small cap, and I used to be a part of all these halts, and dude, it would give me such anxiety.
Yeah. Well, it's hard. You can't watch everything, right? And was that kind of the gist of your question? Like how do you kind of manage
Well,
all of this
because
stuff and focus?
yeah,
Mhm.
because as traders, like now I'm at a point where I can literally look at any chart and like trade it pretty much. And you can trade it in so many ways. You could scalp it, you can ride the range, you can
Mhm.
swing it. Like, so I feel like I'm at a stage where like this is how I feel. I feel like I walked into a building that has like 10 rooms filled with cash,
Oh no.
and you only have so much time,
Yes,
you know? And
I
it's like,
do.
holy shit, where do I start? Which one has the most? Like, how many pockets do I have? Or like, how many bags do I have to fill? That's kind of
I'm
how I
laughing because that's exactly how I've described it before. It's like I
really?
always said it. Well, I always said it's like I'm on a game show and they put me in a big tunnel, a big plexiglass like fun, like like tube, and then the wind starts going and $100 bills start flying
Oh,
everywhere,
yeah, yeah,
and I have
yeah.
to grab as much as
Yeah.
possible in a limited amount of time. But I
Yeah.
don't know when they're gonna turn it off, and it's like so there's this time element, and it's just like it's all about opportunity, but it's also about staying focused. And I know if I went in there with a better system, maybe,
Yeah.
hold my shirt out or something, or, whatever
Yeah.
it is, get it something with big pockets, like you're saying. I know there's ways to prepare more, but I feel like I'm just in there and I'm overwhelmed and it's exciting and
Mhm.
it's fun,
Mhm.
but it's also
Mhm.
like, oh my goodness, what could I be doing differently? So it's very overwhelming, overstimulating, especially if you're
Mhm.
like somebody who's prone to kind of just, maybe you are used to investing and this is very fast paced to see these 1 minute candles flying all over the place. So I think it's really important to do a couple things. You talked about like, not burning out time wise. So I think definitely chill on the nighttime trading and take that time, to spend with your friends, your family, your loved ones, or just doing things by yourself that make you kind of find peace and regenerate that kind of stressfulness that the market is going to take from you, especially at the beginning. You can definitely get to a place, and I bet a lot of you are here because you actually find peace from watching these candles. A lot of people think I'm crazy, but it's like it's kind of soothing to me to see price action just work itself out. Even to the downside like this, like people might be like, "Oh my God, the price is going down," but it's like to me, it's nice seeing things kind of work as they should. Like we talked about that rejection from our key zero gamma, and price should accelerate to the downside and pick a direction basically after this. And you like to see that kind of happening. We still have room to the downside. That trade is starting to play out more. We can talk about that more in a bit too. And don't worry, guys, if you're here for the earnings, we're going to be talking about that in about 10, 15 minutes. Going to be talking, what is it? Steel Dynamics today is the big one. Going to be a kind of tariff play in disguise. So talking about Steel Dynamics, STLD, as well as some of the small banks, the regional banks, which are starting to report. We do have some answers for you as well, by the way, in chat, Alejandra. Tyler coming in saying, I mainly stay with the big tech or energy markets, mostly use options for trades, but starting to use those shares as well. I love that. And I love looking for reversals with Bollinger Bands. So Tyler, it sounds like your edge in terms of like what you like to play, where you find your best, most consistent trades, and as well as your system there, which seems to be like a mean reversion kind of trade saying, hey, I think things are overbought or oversold based on those Bollingers and catching that mean reversion back to a normal, more respectable level towards the middle of those channels. I love that because it's basically just using the market as an ATM. And you know what? If you're using that highly dependable kind of system, then I think using options is very reasonable, or using leverage on those shares. Otherwise, if you're not kind of, if you're looking for bigger moves, for example, maybe you take shares and you hold them for longer for those kind of more aggressive position trades where, like I have some trades like a TE, for example, which I know it's down from my entry, but I'm not really concerned because I sized appropriately because this thing is a complete crapshoot. It could do anything, but I'm like, hey, I like this company from like a narrative perspective and from a long-term chart perspective. And I don't know if it's going to catch at the 200 day, under the 200 day, but I bet you in a month, it won't crush me to hold, like a 0.25, 0.5% of my port in some shares of this, and I don't really care if it goes down 10%. I'd be more interested in buying more if it came back down to like under 5 or end of 5 and then held there. So that's the kind of, when it's kind of about aligning your position, or sorry, your instrument choice with the kind of horizon for your position, how long you're expecting to hold, that kind of thing like that. So yeah,
that's pretty
make
cool.
sure you're, I'm sorry, what's up?
I said that's pretty cool. And you know what else? I don't know if you guys have done this or not, but being a mentor to my Discord now has helped me become a better trader as well. Because I'm like, I want to know like what, not only like what is my edge on the charts, but like what is the most profitable time of the day. And
Ooh,
my most
unhalted on ZYBT again too. Sorry, just letting y'all
my
know.
most profitable is Asia session, which is kind of crazy.
Well, maybe it's because it moves slower. Maybe you do better trading bigger size but smaller positions, or but smaller moves. Do you think that's true?
Yeah, I mean, cause like back in like I want to say 3 years ago when we were like really bullish, I think it was like after the pandemic when it was just like climbing nonstop. I mean, like literally, you know, and probably everybody here knows, you press buy on anything, on any dip buy, and it would just go.
It was
So
pretty wild.
it was really
Yeah.
easy, right?
Yeah.
But then like I was very profitable with option contracts. Like I would just put like 10 as my automatic. I would click buy. I would go in for 1 minute, scalp it. I'd be out. I'd be up like 600, 1200 every single day. And then all of a sudden it's like the market's not bullish. Like it's now like ranging or whatever. So you have to learn to adapt to the market and then understand how it moves and like how you want to trade it. So it's like I don't like scalping. Like for some reason, I don't know why. I just don't. But maybe I think right now it's been a scalping kind of market, you know, because of the price action's kind of shitty.
Yeah, when you have these kind of ranges, it often is, and you're seeing that kind of in the same way. Sometimes it takes months and months and months for these ranges to really work themselves out. Sure, you get good trends within these kind of sideways ranges, but in general, it just seems like, often it kind of is good to prime your brain to say, hey, we're in this kind of mode where if we come down to the bottom of the range, I'm going to be looking to kind of fade that, and vice versa until the market proves itself, And there's ways to kind of track, like, when a market's getting a consolidation range is getting tight enough where you can expect a break and really look for that. But in general, until you have a reason to believe that, it's often best to just take these kind of mean reversion fade trades, like we saw the last couple weeks here on SPY. It's like it tried to push up but failed. And so that was a sign that, hey, now we're probably going to have some room to come back down, and we probably have a little more room before we really decide. We could still drop more, and it's not like a death sentence for SPY. Like we're still well within this range that we've been in the top. The Qs, yeah, they're looking a little bit weaker, but at the end of the day, again, still in this range. I'll draw it out for y'all just to illustrate the point. We had this gap up. We retested it on one flash, kind of flush out. We're still just coming right back there. We still are in this range, and it's not decided for sure whether or not we're going to break down and fail, have to come maybe back down to the prior swing high, or whether we can just reclaim it, just chop sideways a little bit more, correct via time, and then push up higher and never look back. So still definitely on the table going either way into these earnings seasons. And just I think it's important to remember that nobody really knows. Anybody who's saying 100% we're catching, 100% we're dropping, they're lying to you. They want you to either be scared or greedy, So just wait for the reaction and then play that.
I heard this one interview from like a really successful trader. I wish I could remember the name, but they were like, do you think that people or traders know, like, if they can predict whether it's going to go up or down? And he was like, there is absolutely no way that any trader knows if a stock is going to go up or down. There's no way. Like, you can only have the odds against you, but like there's no way you can know.
Yeah, the no is where we have a problem with, because any good trader knows that all we know is probabilities. We know that if we run this 100 times in 100 situations similarly, we can roughly estimate maybe within plus or minus 5%, 10%, we have a potential model for that. But anybody saying this one time, I know exactly what's going to happen. They're BSing. And a lot of the times the market's set up so that like you'll see people who are perma bulls go, well, I see it's bullish for X, Y, and Z. You'll see the bears go, well, I think it's bearish for X, Y, and Z. Really, the market is in this kind of ambiguous zone where you can see what you want to. There are bullish signs, there are bearish signs, but there's no real confluence until we get the new data point, either a really good earnings quarter or a really bad earnings quarter, you know, something to accelerate us out of this range and pick a direction, right? So, you know, you can think about that for individual companies. You can think about it for SPY too. We're going into SPY's earnings season, basically. SPY's earnings week, so to speak, starting at least, you know, and it's going to be more of a rolling effect for sure. And that's how, you know, indices, you'll see the rebalance and the chop happening in this time. But once it kind of gets through the bulk of its earnings reports, especially the mega caps, since these comprise of the majority of the size of SPY, once we kind of get a better read on the direction they're heading for the next 3 months, well, SPY will do the same and it'll push out of this range. And then we can, you know, really focus on buying dips or selling rips. Until then, I think it's really important to just stay agile. You know, we just do not know what we're going to do in the next week or so yet. That doesn't mean we won't be ready to react when it happens, though. What are you thinking? That being said, it is fun to speculate, right? So how are you feeling? If it just vibes based, do you think that we're going to have good earnings this season and break out of these ranges to the upside? Do you think Qs are going to catch? Or is this the beginning of a larger down move?
Honestly, I don't know. Because I feel like sometimes, just like sports, I feel like the market's rigged.
Well, some more so than, let's call it, say, manipulated more so than others, right? And I mean, when there's a lot of geopolitical action afoot, and Jack correctly mentioning, like, everyone knows oil will go down once the fighting stops. Well, the thing is, we don't know when the fighting will stop. And really, it's kind of, you know, this is one area where having the news before the news comes out would be very, very helpful. And, you know, you see a lot of these big trades. So there are things that we can kind of look towards, like those potential big call sweeps in USO, for example, a good sign that things might escalate. But just important to keep watching this as a signal and as for kind of that escalation or the pressure geopolitically, how much that's kind of building into a crescendo or not. Because right now there is no sign of release. And really what we're seeing in the past week is consolidation, small days trading, but each time we're basically resolving upwards overnight. And now we're pushing some pretty key levels here. I just have this purple zone drawn out, but really the even more important one, this bigger kind of blue line that we're pushing up off of, this shows that we are trying our best to basically say, hey, we ran too hot, we're coming back, we're reverting back to the mean right here. But when we were kind of down in this zone, we said, hey, we're not going back any lower. We're going to be going testing higher. That's what I think the chart is telling us until we get new information. So very spooky again. Did ZYBT actually unhalt? Because sorry, I kind of did a false. Oh no, it finally actually did go. I was trying to keep it on the chart. All right, guys. So this one, Flash opened up again and just jumped another $1. Wild stuff here. Is anybody in this one?
Just watching it.
Woo. Another 14% there. Crazy.
Steve, are you trading it or are you just watching it?
No, I'm just watching the fireworks here. Just because we called it in the morning that this one could have a lot of room to go if it could get over the hourly range in the morning. So where we were looking at that was in these wicks down in this kind of $3 zone.
I used to buy like 500 to 1,000 shares of these kind of plays. And it gave me so much trauma. I just can't.
Yeah. I was going to say, then did you have some teachable moments, as we call them? Because that's what happened to me. I would say.
Some? You're like, did you have some teachable moments? I'm like, some?
Okay, yeah, many. So I just got word from our producer. It is time, guys. We're going to be switching on over into the earnings streams. So you guys stay put. It'll all merge for you guys on your end. I need to just pop out into another room real quickly.
I have to leave too, because last time I had to leave.
Oh, did you? That kicked you out too? So we will be back in just a moment. Don't go anywhere. Don't change that dial. We'll be back covering earnings.
Grab
and
some water
the rest.
and come back.
Exactly. I need to get some water too, guys. All right. Thanks, guys. We'll see you in just a second here.